Hello. I'm Michael Luck. I'm director of the King's Institute for AI. This event is one of several community events that the King's Institute for AI is running to try to bring people together across the university. And because we're doing this, I get to have a few minutes at the start, a sort of word from the sponsor, if you like, to tell you a little bit about the King's Institute for AI. And this is the weirdest. Okay, no, oh my, this is too. Can I hit just a button on the? Does that work? Thank you.
You click the mouse.
No, I have one of these in my office. It's just strange to have it up here. So, what I want to say about AI at King's is that it's everywhere. This slide has 6 major projects that have been selected primarily because we found a nice logo. But the logo also indicates something about the scale of investment in them. And they cover different parts of King's. So we have the Trustworthy Autonomous Systems Hub, which is part of a £12 million, or it is a £12 million project that involves Southampton, King's and Nottingham. And it's concerned with autonomous systems in a way that draws in from King's people from the business school, from natural, mathematical and engineering sciences, from arts and humanities and digital humanities in particular, from life sciences and medicine, and from pretty much the entire breadth of the institution, also social science and public policy. And it's these kinds of investments also suggest something about the way forward. When we think about what's happening in terms of the national picture, there are very many significant opportunities that require the combination of expertise that can only be provided by people coming together from across the institution, as we're trying to do within the institute. So there are big strategic efforts in AI that require us all to work together in some way. I'm not going to talk about what each of these are, but there is more information about them if you would like to know more in different places. AI should be understood in terms of a range of different areas. 3 or 4 years ago, 5 years ago even, EPSRC and UKRI identified a way of capturing something about AI by talking about AI applications and implications. And this is a conceptualization of that, trying to understand what different elements there are. So if you imagine some of the core technical components in the center, in the core, the applications of AI that might address some things that might be in medicine and other areas, and then the implications, legal, social, ethical, philosophical implications of AI, they speak to a broad picture that reaches out into every corner of what we do. In the King's Institute, we are trying to do a number of different things. We have 6 pillars in terms of what we're trying to make happen. We're trying to help support research coordination, so developing and supporting big bids to address strategic questions and strategic initiatives where we do bring together people from across the university, just like the Trustworthy Autonomous Systems Hub. We're trying also to build the research community by bringing together people from across different areas where there are common interests, as we're doing here today. We're trying to represent the university in our external partnerships. So, for example, we secured a Turing Network Development Award for King's last year for the university as a whole rather than for one particular area. We are starting to do some work on auditing our educational provision and also beginning to start to think about how we may offer opportunities for upskilling staff as well as students. We are working on engagement, including public engagement in the arcade of Bush House. In May and June there will be an exhibition on AI, showcasing AI at King's and more. And we're also trying to make sure we have a coherent, visible presence for AI at King's as a whole, and that means website and other things. So this just captures some of the things that I've been talking about. The Turing Network Development Award, the research workshops that we have here today, public lectures that we've also been doing, public engagement I mentioned in terms of the arcade, but also we have a newsletter that comes out once a week talking about what's being done at King's and inviting people to different events. and we are also trying to coordinate some of our research activities. Out-of-date numbers in terms of what we are doing at King's. We've been trying to do a mapping to understand the breadth of our expertise, and this just indicates that we span every bit of the university. It's vastly undercooked. If you haven't done this and you're at King's, please give us your details and information. Just some of the keywords that have come out of our mapping process to try to surface our various expertise areas at King's, across research, education, public engagement, and more. But in terms of what we're doing, we're just at the start. The King's Institute for AI has been running for a little over a year in reality, and we've already done rather a lot, but this is just the start. So we're establishing a presence for King's, creating an identity, trying to build this community across the university, and to provide a means of coordination and representation for AI at King's. As we move forward, we're going to work more on training and upskilling, highlighting and showcasing the best of what we're doing at King's, but also trying to provide support and guidance around what we need to be doing in terms of making sure our work is ethical and that it has appropriate integrity that's relevant to AI in particular. And then going forward, looking at further educational opportunities, also externally, working more with government industry and thinking much better about tech transfer. This year's events, you can see that we're in January and we have our Creative AI as one of 3 events this month, and then in May and June, I can't move away from the microphone, in May and June we have our arcade exhibition, but we have a full year of events and we will be planning next year's events very soon. So if you have thoughts or ideas about what you would like us to do, please do tell us. That's pretty much all I wanted to say. If you have thoughts, this is our contact. Email us at aiinstitute@kcl.ac.uk. But with that, I will just say I am excited about today's event, today's programme, and I hope it works as well as I'm expecting. Thank you. Over to Joanna.
Thank you so much, Michael, and thank you to yourself and to King's Institute for AI for support. Thank you to Jess, Carly, and Rose for your hard work on the kind of organization of all of this and bearing with us through the strikes and all the other developments and finding this beautiful room for us. There's a reason it's called the River Room. So I'm really delighted to welcome you here for a topic that's obviously been on a lot of people's minds. And it's suddenly creative AI seems to have become huge, not just something that academics, be it in arts and humanities, in media studies, or in computer science are working on, but something suddenly that everyone is thinking about, whether GPT chat is going to replace them as writers, whether we will not need artists anymore because things will just produce themselves on the computers. As you probably know, the answer to most of these questions is no, and no, and no. I mean, we will need artists, we will need all these things. But it's great to have a community here. Welcome to people from King's. Hopefully this is an opportunity for people from different departments to come and play together even more, especially the kind of maybe between humanities and other non-humanities disciplines. But also welcome to guests from outside. We've kept the event low profile and kind of didn't advertise it outside, but it's great that people have still made the way and to be here with us. So we've got quite a busy program, a couple of announcements. One is about a fire. I mean, we're not expecting one, but in case it unfolds, we need to go to the Strand reception. The gathering point is the Strand reception, probably the main entrance to this building on the Strand. The second one, toilets are well signposted. So if you just come out, the toilet signs are there. Okay, so we've got quite an intense program. 4 panels. 2 sessions. There is a coffee and tea break in between, and there is a wine reception afterwards. So please stay with us, bear with us, chat with us. I'm going to do a few roles now. So I will introduce the panel which I'm chairing. The panel number 1, panel called Visions. And I'm going to introduce and as well our first panel within the panel. So it's all quite nested doll structure. Creative AI Futures. So there are 5 of us here, Creative AI Lab, The lab founded by Professor Mercedes Bunz and Eva Jäger from Serpentine. They will talk about the lab itself and what it is that the 5 of us who are here do. But I wanted to say just a few words about the reason why we are launching this event. We're also launching a paper. And everyone is getting a gift. So if you've read your Sunday papers, you might want to look at that green thing that accompanies the program. So the lab has been running for a while, and so the colleagues will give some background to it. What we wanted to do today is signal a second stage of the lab's work. Well, some of you might not know about the first stage, but you will know about in a minute. For us, it's also a celebration of the work of the lab, thinking around creative AI. And colleagues explain why creative AI rather than AI art or machine learning art or such like. And what we wanted to do as well is, with that paper, which is called Creative, Critical, Constructive, Collaborative, Computational, towards a C5 model in creative AI. So what we're trying to do is work of the old communication model, the model kind of known as C3, which was command control communication, and it used in different systems architectures, it used in the military, and used in describing processes of how to do things with machines, with networks, with communication. Then in C4, computer came on stage, and that model was also, as you will know, widely used in different disciplines to describe both processes and infrastructures. And we've kind of repurposed that. You can see that there are all these C's haunting our own model, but our model is less nominal. We've moved away from nouns towards adjectives, partly to be a little bit more propositional, a bit less nominative, less declarative, to partly also sever the links with the military, while also recognizing the histories of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and its developments through different industries, including the military. So we're trying to do something different, ask some questions, some of them social, political, as cultural, as well as philosophical, and it's all in the paper. And I'm handing over to Professor Bunz, also from the Department of Digital Humanities.
Let's see if I'm lucky with the mouse. Yeah, thanks all for coming, also from me. I tell a bit about how this all started. We were quite lucky that we started before COVID in July 2019. The Serpentine initiated the Creative AI Lab in collaboration with the Digital Humanities Department, which partly came because we had worked together a little bit before in events, crossed paths, but then also Eva, my colleague at the Serpentine, and me shared the same yoga class, and stuff like this can be quite important to start off successful collaborations. So it worked quite well in the sense that the Department of Digital Humanities is quite interested in understanding and gaining a better understanding of the institutional capabilities that we need to know about AI on the side of art, but also on the side of the humanities. So I have personally been quite interested in what I call the calculation of meaning, that machine learning systems are a new step. For the first time, we can calculate language, we can calculate images, and at that point in 2019, we could see artists making more and more use to it. General, not me, but also my colleague Daniel and Joanna and Alistair, we're all quite interested in the technical side of AI as much as in the creative side. So we ask a lot, how does a technology function, and what are the effects on our human artifice and on culture? And if and me in the beginning were particularly curious about the ways in which artists opened up machine learning systems very differently than we saw it in computational papers, experimenting it in very certain ways, and were exploring the technicity. So we started, and you can see here that computational creativity, AI art, makes up creative AI, and we define them loosely as artists who work with machine learning. it was very soon not just, we sort of skipped the replacing document. Joanna had written a beautiful book about it very early. So we just said creative AI art is a misguided question with her chapter 4, which all my students have to read. And skipped forth, and we're discussing mainly, or looking mainly, how artists are looking at AI and are using it. We did a couple of events with AI artists and worked closely together with people from the community. We did several events about the aesthetics of new AI, about the interfaces artists were using or developing themselves, and generally the entanglements, to give you a bit of an idea. We were also quite lucky because we got 2 grants. We got an AHRC grant in 2020 called Creative AI Machine Learning as a Medium in Artistic and Curatorial Practice. And if I will tell you a bit more why this is interesting from an arts institutional perspective. And we also got the Google Arts and Machine Intelligence grant in the year 2021, and are still sort of working with this to explore a bit in what way artists are using machine learning in a different way. One thing we early did, I'm not sure if we would do that again. I mean, you could see that the landscape of AI is changing so fast at the moment, but when we started, we mapped tools that could be used by artists. That was one of the AHRC work packages, which you can still find online in case you are curious. I mean, we updated it in between once, but by now I think, yeah, it probably uses another update at some point. Oh, did we? Okay, it's freshly updated. Please all go to our website, and you can find a list of tools and materials about creative AI if you want to explore it further.
We've got now Eva Jäger, who is a curator at Serpentine, but also a founding member of the lab.
Hi everyone, it's such a pleasure to see so many faces here today. To talk about a topic that is really important to me for a number of reasons. When I started working at Serpentine, I was working, I'm going to just take a step back. Serpentine, for those of you who don't know, is a non-collecting contemporary art institution. It's in Kensington Gardens in Hyde Park. And what's really important about the way that we work is we commission artists and we work with them to produce new works that are free for the public to see, whether that's through an exhibition or publications or live events. So my role as a curator is as much making selections about artists and writing about artists as it is actually being a technical producer. And what we realized is in the production of works, specifically with using machine learning or AI, but actually generally with art and tech, they're highly collaborative, they're very multidisciplinary, and they require that we create a kind of common language, frameworks of working, maybe building new tools or interfaces so that everyone can work together. And this space of production is super, super generative and interesting to us, but unfortunately, most of the time an art institution like ours is only focused on this front end, the kind of project as it's understood by the public or presented to the public. And that actually there's a lot going on in this, what we've kind of termed back-end process of making, and a lot of knowledge is produced. And so when we started what's called the R&D platform at Serpentine, we were really thinking about, and my colleagues Victoria Ivanova and Kay Watson and Ben Vickers and I were really thinking about what does it mean to undertake research at an art institution, and what can we surface in the production of all of these works. Now, of course, it makes sense for a lab like ours to reach out to our community of in London, like King's College and the Digital Humanities Department, who are experts in taking that kind of research and producing knowledge for the public. Can you go back one? Because I kind of missed my order. So when we conceptualized the lab, we really thought about what are the capabilities that we can trade. So what are the research capabilities on King's side? What can be really important about having kind of longevity? You know, for those of you who don't know, sometimes we only spend 6 months, a year on an exhibition, but the aim of this lab is to have much more longer durational projects and commit to those projects over many, many years. And on the Serpentine side, of course, what's important is that we are a direct interface with the public, which is something that Mercedes talks about a lot, that there's very few places for the public to directly experience what it means to, you know, work with machine learning or work with the data set. And the museum remains, hopefully will be, one of those important places. I think that's all from me. Another really great thing that happened at the lab is that we got a wonderful PhD student, Alistair Milne, who works with us, helping us to further develop and to research the initial questions that we came up with together.
So now I talk about the kind of granular bit. Yeah, so as part of the work we've been doing, we've run a few durational research projects. We have a couple of our colleagues from this here. Maggie is here, I think George and Duncan as well from the ISPRI project. We don't really have enough time to talk about them just now, but maybe later on we can get into it. But yeah, I was just going to talk about one of the kind of granular findings from the research setup that Mercedes and Eva mentioned. So these projects, kind of working within these projects, one of the affordances is being able to produce kind of additional or tertiary knowledge as a byproduct from the kind of predominant strand of producing artistic research or artistic works. And what we found over the duration of the last kind of 2 or 3 years is, in addition to having this kind of classic generative strand, as we put it in the paper, in which a novel tool is produced, it has a kind of distinct capability, and it produces an artifact, right? And the production of that artifact surfaces something about the internal system, right? There's this kind of complementary and parallel track where that tool is deployed somewhere, and that deployment context reciprocally shapes the tool and its development. And this sounds a little bit kind of dry and granular, but actually in practice it opens out new possibilities for using machine learning in new ways, and that kind of goes back to those projects we've been working on as well. In a way, it's kind of a curatorial deployment of, okay, wait, my other slide is gone. Yeah, okay, cool. Daniel, maybe you want to go then. I have a feeling, yeah, I had another slide in which we kind of relate this back to Adrian Mackenzie's point, in which he says that, can you hear me? Yeah. Sorry, chaos mode. Yeah, this kind of comes back to this point from Adrian Mackenzie's Machine Learners, where he talks about a machine learning system being not just a neural network at its core, but everything which surrounds it, right? So the data inputs, the deployment context, it's an amorphous thing, and how do we kind of begin to research all of that and take that into an artistic research project as well, rather than just focusing always on the kind of core neural tool. But yeah, over to Daniel. Are you going to?
So that was Alistair Milne, who was a PhD student in the lab, but also a good spirit behind this whole symposium. And now we've got Daniel Chavez Eras, who is a lecturer in the Department of Digital Humanities and a
Hello. Right, yeah, so I probably deleted your slide, sorry. Well, as Jonas said, my name is Daniel. I'm also a lecturer at the Digital Humanities Department. I actually know Mercedes from a while back, but then I went away and I came back, and I have been with the lab in its more recent stages, and I'm really happy and really excited to be part of it, and also to be part of the new phase that we're launching today, in essence, which is, to my understanding, also asking new questions and also moving in new directions. And one of the things that I am most excited about is that these new directions also extend to the college more widely, to other communities, not beyond arts and humanities, beyond kind of the traditional work of machine learning and art, but also including other disciplines. So I suppose they keep me around for the interdisciplinary part of it as well. So I'm quite happy on that front. I'm going to briefly go, you have this on in the paper anyway, but future areas for creative AI research and where we see parts of the lab activity going in the next phase, in the next few years. So we have posed these 5 points, and I want to use a little bit of time. Oh no, here you go. Talking about these 3 main ones or 3 aspects of it. So we see the emergence of synthetic and computational media as a big area of development as well. It's media in general as well, obviously artistic practice, but also media more general in creative domains. This implies, on the one hand, an emphasis on computing and computing resources and a return to kind of hardware as well, which is something that I think hopefully we can chat about more with everyone else. Again, the interfaces aspect of it, as many of these tools that are developed become off-the-shelf tools that we can just, that people can get directly as plugins, as tools that come off the shelf. The interfacing and the human aspects of it become also very important, and we have expertise in the department to deal with with the interface aspect of it. So obviously human-computer interaction all the way back to human factors, for example. No? And then finally, deeper integration with the sciences, and this is partly the reason we're here all today, is because we really want to hear what creative AI means for you, for people who are outside the lab, for people who come from different departments, from different parts of the college, but also from different institutions. And we, in essence, I think this second stage is also about opening up and establishing this wider dialogue about integration and about things that we can do together and research together, grounded on the existing practice of the lab. So I think that's it for me.
Thank you so much, and I think this is it from us. We'll have questions and discussion when we've gathered our papers together, our talks together. I have to apologize because we are running a little bit in a machine mode today. As in, you'll see the program is quite intense. You hardly have any breaks, basically, and moving on, and we are going to measure time ruthlessly. It's partly because we have so many people contacting us, wanting to speak. We wanted to accommodate everyone, wanted to meet everyone. So you'll have to bear us with mind. If you want to sneak out and get a drink or go to the toilet in the middle of it, please do. But we are just running intensely and to time. Okay, so we're going to go, as part of our visions panel, we're going to go Dr. Gabriel Pereira from the London School of Economics currently, who's going to talk about practices of seeing, experiments in computer vision.
All right. Still passing the pages around, that's fine. Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here. It's really great. Thank you, the organizers, for letting me present, first of all. My name is Gabriel Pereira. I'm not from KCL. I am currently a visiting fellow at the London School of Economics. I have a postdoc from the Danish Research Foundation. And the work I'll be presenting today was conducted with my colleague Bruno Moreschi, who is in Brazil. And we have been collaborating since 2016 on several projects. And now we're trying to bring all those projects we've done into a book manuscript of some kind, and that's kind of what I wanted to share with you today. And so I gave you each all an image, or most of you. I didn't have too many pages to print, but anyway, those, I wanted you very briefly to look at those images, just very briefly, in like 10 seconds, and like just think what you see in that image. Very briefly. And if you don't have one, you can look at mine. This is mine. Yeah? That's it. Now stop. Okay. So those images, as you might read below, they're images from data sets, large-scale data sets. This is mine, right? This is an image which I guess is depicting someone's fridge in their kitchen, and there's a cat hidden here underneath the cupboard. And what's interesting is that those images, all the images that you have, were scraped mostly from the open web, right? And mostly because they didn't have copyright restrictions. And this process has been characterized and criticized because it lacks consent, right? People's images were taken without them, giving explicit consent, but also because they reach into everyday's life, people's everyday's life, right? This is someone's kitchen, this is someone's cat, and this gets me to a point around the crucial assumption of scale that is built into computer vision as we have it nowadays, and AI more broadly speaking. Or rather, what we might call the scale of scale, right? It's not just about one image or 1,000 images. It's about billions or millions of images that have characterized the emergence of contemporary computer vision systems. Talking here, for example, about ImageNet, but also other large-scale image data sets that have enabled the creation of machine learning as we know it today as this agent of pattern recognition, as Joanna writes in her book. But this, once again, 20 billion images collected by Clearview AI to create a facial recognition model. Now, what interests me about this scale of this need for more and more and more images is that it's been a very persuasive assumption, also across projects that educate and try to expose the potentials and problems of computer vision. It is rare that we actually see data set images like you're seeing them today on your page, right? As like those singular and specific subjects of careful seeing. And here, very briefly, I want to point a project that I actually like a lot, but this is Trevor Piglin from Apple True Anomaly that was exhibited at the Barbican, so close to here in 2019. And there you see this mosaic of thousands and thousands and thousands of data set images. And the question that Bruno and I were interested in is, what would happen if we did away with this assumption of scale in our engagement with data set images? What would happen if we took a more contextualized, a different approach? What kind of questions could we generate from that? And so our practice-based inquiry started in 2020, and we took images from 11 large-scale data sets, and we took them out of their, their characteristic setting, which is like, once again, this mosaic of thousands and thousands of images, and we put them in postcards. And then we sent 3 postcards to 111 people all around the world, mostly people who work with images or algorithms or something like that. And we asked those people to live with those images, to spend 2 weeks, hanging out with those images however they felt like, however it made sense to them, and create some kind of a response, and once again, whatever kind of format that they wanted to. And those 3 different images that they got came from different data sets, so it's also creating connections across those different spaces. And so our goal with this, of course, was to generate different perspectives on those data set images that are not those the way that they're usually understood. And so this gets us to the first key point that I think we're trying to make with this book project, which is really a conceptual point, is that practices of seeing and understanding images have this very long history. And here I'm talking about both artistic and whatever we might call non-artistic ways of looking and understanding images. And our suggestion is to consider those historical and contemporary practices of seeing and what they offer when we relate and contrast them to computer vision. So once again, if we take the question of the large-scale data sets, right, very briefly, there is this really long history of scale in photographic and image production, which we're interested in bringing up. So ever since, images have been created, they have been created at scale. And this scale, predates the algorithmic data sets that we have today. A story that really fascinates me is that already in the 1880s, not too long after, I guess, photography was invented or it was still becoming popularized, the collection of mugshots of criminalized individuals in Berlin was growing by the tens of thousands every year. You already had some form of scale there, and that scale would go on to enable forms of seeing at scale that would ricochet into eugenics, the pseudoscience of eugenics that was created by Galton a few kilometers from here at UCL. But later on, when we're talking about computer vision and algorithms, and here I must relate this to the work of Wendy Chun, talking about discriminating data and forms of correlation and so on. But perhaps more practically or more concretely, our goal with talking about scale and this kind of practice of looking at closed scale, so once again, contraposing it to this history, what we wanted to activate in this practice of sending people images and asking them to live with images was somehow activating the complexity and situatedness of those data set images that, once again, are just used as operational images for training the system. So what we found out is that the responses people gave really went beyond the simple and descriptive analysis that we're accustomed to get from computer vision systems. And those images are actually much more complex and full of like layered significations, at least for the person who's seeing them. And so we're trying to recover this missed potential that already exists in those data sets that it's not usually, appreciated, I think, across machine learning and computer vision. In other words, using this, historically normative way of seeing art, but only as a way of productively breaking with the normativity around the way of which machines are trained to see and understand the world as like those flat, clearly demarcated objects. And so the dissecting element there is that we're not just looking at, in the book, we don't really only want to look at scale. That's just one of the elements of the stack that composes AI systems, and in this case, machine vision or computer vision. So we are also interested in, for example, the work that is involved in algorithmic seeing and the forms of expertise that it entails. In the history of seeing and understanding images, museums, for example, there's the people who clean the images, the artworks, the people who organize, that put up those works, the guards that are protecting or securing this kind of space. What happens if we look at computer vision through this lens as well? And on the other hand, also in the organization of the visual world, how are images categorized, taxonomized, and so on. So the dissecting there refers to this stack and looking at those different elements that are part of it. So this is a conceptual argument in how algorithms may be differently understood through the lens of visual practice. But also, on the other hand, I think this is the other side of it, how looking at it through visual practice can reshape or find alternative ways of seeing with algorithmic vision and so on. How can it change how we do and create algorithms? The second point, though, that I wanted to bring, and I think this relates a lot with the previous presentation, I think there are a lot of resonances when we're talking about the lab. The second point that I wanted to bring was about this practice-based lens of why on the potential, right, of those experiments with art and computer vision that I think we're trying to not only explain but also demonstrate through our practice. How to do research that is interventionist, in other ways, I think the key point. So this is an image of computer vision at work, right? So this is the table of Anand, where Anand, this Indian worker on Amazon Mechanical Turk, where he works. So he's one of the people, thousands of people all around Earth that work on Amazon Mechanical Turk that are responsible for tagging, segmenting, organizing, and so on, images. And the people who created, organized the data set like ImageNet, for example, that are seldom talked about. And this gets us to the point, of course, I already touched upon this briefly, but that seeing takes a lot of work, right? And there's always been a lot of work in creating ways of seeing. And humans have a large part in this. Cleaning, organizing, categorizing, and ordering images, and so on. But we met Anand doing, that's what I just said. Seeing is a lot of work. This is really important. And then we met Anand when we did this project or this experiment that's called Exchange with Turkers, where we developed this NetArt tool, not a tool, just like a NetArt piece, where we invited and paid for, of course, for 6 workers to respond to questions from the public for 2 weeks. So for those 2 weeks, people could go in those chat boxes and ask them questions about whatever they wanted to know about what microworkers do. And they could also respond in whichever way they wanted to those questions. And we also had a little chat room there just for the Turkers, the workers on this platform, to talk to each other, which is something that they're, of course, not allowed to do by Amazon Mechanical Turk, because Amazon Mechanical Turk wants it to be a precarious place for them to work so that they can pay them less, and also want them to have no power to self-organize and so on. So this project was sort of trying to create those alternative formations and intervene in the system somehow, or at least in how the way that people see the system. So this gets to the second point of, I think, that we're trying to make through the book, which is a methodological or practical point, which I think resonates a lot, once again, with the presentation before, is using this space of artistic practice and research as a way to go beyond this idea of algorithmic capacity that I think we're past that, you know, saying that we can't study algorithms because we don't know what they're doing, but rather drawing on critical technical practice and other practice-based methodologies, creating those experiments which question but also intervene in computer vision systems, and that use the museum, the gallery, or more broadly, the artistic space as a bracket to look at those human-machine entanglements. So the Exchange with Turkers project was exhibited in an online virtual gallery called A-Area. So people could go in and participate in that. And that's, of course, part of the intervention, that people are invited to talk to the Turkers and experiment that. But also, they can also be pedagogical interventions. So the pages that you received are a result of this, and we created a website tool that you can, you know, create images to give to your classroom students and do exercises with them based on those images. And we also created a teaching guide to go along with it, so that this is, you know, an exercise to get students to live with those images and how do they understand differently those data sets once they do that. So this is, once again, not only scholarly, pedagogical interventions, but also those works going into the museums and galleries and being exhibited in them. And that is my last example here, which is the Recoding Art short film. I will not talk about it, but you can, of course, always search for it. It's a short film that we did in the Van Abbe Museum in the Netherlands. But what's interesting there is that we worked with the collection of the museum. And so I think there's an interesting practice there, of course, that we bugged the curators to think differently about how computer vision could be used in their practice. That goes beyond, you know, Google Arts and Culture or something like that. Big tech, pick the tool and put it in there. That's not it. But also, you know, it's a short film that is exhibited, has been exhibited in several festivals. In conclusion, and just responding very briefly to the question of the event, you know, around creative AI, I think our goal with the book is thinking about creative AI, not only about using AI creatively, but using those creative spaces not as receivers of new technologies, or not about creatively using AI, but rather as spaces, and I think it resonates a lot, the language there, as lab spaces for experimentation and critique. How can we use this artistic space as somewhere where people can critically look and understand AI, even if most of our projects might not even use AI in the ways that are usually understood. So this is really a testing ground, or as a catalyzer for research and for thinking differently about those issues. So that's it. This is supposed to be a book. Yeah. This is supposed to be a book. And I look forward to your questions, thoughts, and comments. Thank you. That was it. Thank you. Thank you
so much. Thank you, Gabriel. And very kind of inspiring set of ideas. I think a lot of things that many of us are thinking with. And we are moving to a presentation by Rodrigo Faustini dos Santos, who is now based at King's in the Film Studies and Global Mobility section, but is coming to us from University of São Paulo. Yes, and he's going to talk about randomness, creativity, and noise.
All right, so first of all, thank you to the organizers for including my proposal on this panel, and it is great to be able to share these ideas in this space and to learn from all of you. A few remarks before I begin. So I'm a visiting PhD student here at King's. I come from film studies, and I'm about to expose all of you to some noise. First in a sensory manner, because I will start by projecting an experimental animation I made with computer synthesis and degradation of images. But you will also be exposed to some conceptual noise, as my discussions are a work in progress within my PhD. and come from a mixed background of research and practice in media art, where their synthesis is not a goal, in contrast to their non-trivial interactions, which are. Another inevitable source of noise will be my delivery of this communication in English with a sore throat, and a certain mismatch between what you will read and what I will talk about, because I improvise a little bit. So the animation, which I made in 2018, does not apply any sort of artificial intelligence software, but was directly inspired by early intelligent computer vision program, Google Deep Dream, and it's a penchant for visual hallucinations and metamorphic outputs. The work is titled Boy Transcoded from Phosphine, and you can think of these words as a prompt that triggers a search for this target figure within a space of probabilities. Phosphine refers to that which we see when we close our eyes, and is a concept that was here reimagined for the computer, which by default has no vision organs. So there will be flashing images or flicker noise, so you may want to close your eyes and watch your own phosphine if you want to. So if you can play it's 2 minutes long. That's a loop. So the images you have just seen are reprocessed raw footage from a documentary I worked on, and it was about a robotics program in a Brazilian public school. Originally, this was an 8-second clip of kids coming into school, which was unusable for the documentary due to a classic error or noise that happened during shooting, because one of the subjects stopped and stared directly at the camera, which is the boy who sort of appears over there. Yeah, can be that one. No, it's actually the one before. Yeah. Thank you. So he stared into the camera, bringing about unwanted attention for himself. Following what is tradition within experimental cinema, I attempted to turn this defect into an effect by reprocessing the signal in ways that mirror many steps involved in machine learning, which I will quickly describe. This was a direction I was interested in, partially as an attempt to explore how it is that digital processes can not only register, but also fabulate data about our world within a virtual space of calculation that we now also inhabit and materialize. along with all the translations, compressions, amplification, and distortions that happen within this hybrid space. The basic look I was after focused on what machine learning, signal processing, and animation share, mainly the process of mutating data by interpolation, extrapolation, and compression. So my initial data set, the documentary footage that I had, was compressed both temporally and spatially by cutting it down to keyframes and degrading the contents by sampling random pixels from it. Then in a more complex step to get rid of unwanted elements or noise, and in order to amplify the signal, which in this case meant suppressing the images of the other children and emphasizing the boy staring at the camera, the video clip was mixed both with a copy of itself and another formless random signal. I then forced my computer to create new images based on what was left by extrapolating vectors from the motion data within the original clip. This created the morphing animation style, which seems to persist even now as a signature of AI-generated content. Flicker was added as another layer of source degradation or ablation of data. The result, which I hope could be perceived as such, displays a roaming through a latent space of possible images, fluctuating degrees of uncertainty that gradually and barely settle on a target form, the transcoding of the boy from the digital phosphene, dramatizing tensions between clarity and confusion within our self-perception and in our data processing machines, which are made to see blindly, that is, having to retrieve forms in the dark, left to their own internal devices to achieve learning or individuation, maybe not unlike the children in that school. On a different level of visual semantics, the attempt was also to simulate what cybernetics named as the principle of order from noise, which I claim to be embodied in current machine learning techniques, and which actually brings us back to the basis of AI and information theory and their assumptions of randomness and noise as possible resources for information management. The rest of my talk will briefly sketch out these connections. Okay. So even if we strive for clear-cut distinctions, it seems safe to assume that most language models would find noise, randomness, error, disorder, and chaos within the same semantic cluster. To undo this may be a task of Sisyphus, as they are entangled in their negative aesthetic connotations. I will then borrow from Peter Weibel's intuitive definition, in that classically we have noise, dim, entropy on the one hand, music, organization, information on the other. As we go back into computation and information theory, even the negativity of these concepts gets fuzzy, as uncertainty, information, and noise get correlated in Claude Shannon's theory of message transmission, while we may also look at John Voigt Neumann's paper on synthesis of reliable organisms from unreliable components, and Norbert Wiener's formalization of Brownian motion, which is the micro-level noise that triggers diffusion, as ways of working with and through noise to achieve distortion-tolerant or even distortion-friendly computation, as error detection and self-correction became proxies for learning. Jumping into early AI, we also find a 1955 research proposal by Marvin Minsky and Claude Shannon calling for studies on the relations between randomness and creativity. As Warren Weaver would concur, we all need a little dither noise on our mental mechanisms. And in a more Kittlerian vein, a quote by philosopher Gotthard Gunther stresses the dependency between randomness and computation by stating that probability is the logical equivalent of disorder. It might also be the case that early detractors from computation, sorry, okay. No. Okay. Great. It might just be the case that early detractors from computation and information theory were the ones to demonize noise the most. An interesting example can be found in a 1960 article by philosopher Raymond Rouillère, who attempted to discern human memory from information processing by differentiating between what he termed as two kinds of disinformation, or two kinds of distortion by data compression. This will boil down to, on his terms, a thematic or lossless compression, which he associated with human semantic synthesis, and lossy compression, which he associated with degrading information processes. Yet what we find when jumping ahead almost 60 years is that state-of-the-art deep neural networks now achieve learning through compression and decompression, even so under what computer scientist Naftali Tishby called generalization through noise, where noise injection and error backpropagation actually help networks to achieve robust performance for signal detection and reconstruction. GANs and the fusion network models for image generation also rely on noise, data degradation, and errors as resources in related ways. In a more radical sense, in mathematician Gregory Shaitan's bold reading of algorithmic information theory, it is stated that comprehension is compression, which in other terms means that knowing is to learn what to forget, signals to filter away from noise. And yet, the most compressed information has the irreducible structure of randomness. That is, it is wildly disordered or non-redundant, highly meaningful within a system, but nonsense in isolation, not unlike a physics formula. So, keep going back. Wait, I will learn through error. If computation seems to have triggered such reflections, it is possible to go back further into media history to find these themes recurring. Closer to my field of cinema, I take as an example filmmaker and poet Jean Epstein's 1946 book, The Intelligence of a Machine, in which the compressing and decompressing attributes of the film medium were presented not only as a form of non-human intelligence, but also, he posits, as a disturbance, a corrosive poison to normative reason. For him, the fact that silent film star Lillian Gish cried in despair for not recognizing herself when first seeing her amplified image on the big screen was proof enough that this technology of the copy distorted its sources enough to be considered creative. For him, film and its changes in scale, depth, focus, velocity, and angle of things, making the false, absurd, or magical fool the eye, was a school of unreason, that is, an event within the visible order which established a new system of values. It called for a new philosophy of speed, time, and cohesion, able to deal with how it showed the world to be variably variable, as Epstein says, challenging and expanding our cognition of it. It is my opinion that creative AI, with its compressing and decompressing capabilities, may also have to surpass this threshold in order to stand the media archaeological test of time, fumbling its way through an expanding latent space of creativity. And to close, let's see if I can get, okay. To quickly close with a provocation, I recall the proverb, to err is human, but to forgive is divine. If the first part of this sentence is already obsolete, as our machines incorporate and process errors, we now may factor the risks of conceding this ignored resource of self-reflection to the mechanical, and also the dangers of automating our error tolerance in unprecedented scales, to consider if we can really sustain the blunders and short-sightedness that come along with the promise of endless fine-tuning and constant self-improvement of massive computation. Noise and excess seem to make an appeal to parsimony and judgment as critical aesthetic virtues. That's what I have.
Thank you so much, Rodrigo. And last but not least, a colleague from the Department of Digital Humanities, Dr. Nicola Bozzi, talking about machine vision and tagging aesthetics. So over to you, Nicola.
Thank you, Jenna. Thank you to everyone else, the organizers, for having me. see. It's a bit precarious. Okay. Hello, everyone. Today I'll talk about machine vision and tagging aesthetics, revealing socio-technical subjects through new media art. So we'll talk first about the many. Okay, let me see if I can manage to do this on my own. How is this?
You want to just ask for the next slide?
Yeah, maybe I will do that. Okay. I was hoping it could. Okay, so the first part is about the many subjects of machine vision. So I will be talking about different. Next slide, sorry. The subject of the machine visions. So I start with the premise that machine vision creates different juxtapositions between many different types of subjects. So the first tension that I'm thinking about from reading about machine vision is the conflict between the human and the technical, right? Between the machinic subject and the human subject. And in early, in some literature about machine visions and vision machines, there is always this pointing towards the disappearance of the human, right? And in some cases, this results also in a reconsidering of the human, but there is also this kind of dichotomy between the human and the technical that gets interrogated. Then another conflict, another tension is the biopolitical one between the surveilled subjects of machine vision that are the people who are organized into taxonomies according to certain ideological values, and the people who actually get exposed to the machine vision. And there is also the subject, this sort of latent subject, this averaged out, hallucinated subject that's embedded in the algorithmic patterning, right? So now there is a reflection right onto the screen, so I cannot see. But it's, what I was saying is the algorithmic patterning facilitates decision-making processes based on what is not present to account for what possibly could be. So this is what this latent subject is about. And according to Rebecca Ulias, the algorithmic hallucination of subject as a function of biopolitical control is a performance run amok of an archive. So there is this performative element to this conflict. The third conflict between is a socio-technical one between the tech workers that essentially the algorithmic subject is kind of a stand-in for, and the data workers that Gabriel was talking about earlier. So as AI is a socio-technical system that is based on underpaid labor and specific patterns of work, the data cleaner becomes the other of the tech worker. So there is this type of juxtaposition as well. Then there is another conflict, another division of subjects that I see it as the cultural one between this kind of isolated black box subject of machine vision, right? And then there is a viewing public outside of it that can be activated by witnessing the system. And the way that it is activated, because the system is opaque, is by encountering art, right? This is a kind of old concept from Walter Benjamin, that revolutionary art can activate a progressive political consciousness. And following Benjamin, Stark and Crawford talk specifically about AI-driven art as intended as both the product of the collective socio-technical endeavor and also directed at the collective audience. So there are these two subjects. There is the awareness, the making aware of the people making the AI system, right? And also the people witnessing this process. So these are roughly the type of subject I'm talking about, kind of a broad spectrum. And the reason that I want to talk about it through this concept of tagging is because I think tagging is a very good way to bridge subject formation from social media systems to machine vision. So when we talk about social media and tagging has been increasingly associated with different processes of identity labeling. Initially, we talked about tags in terms of folksonomy, so there was this implicit democratization of information and the way that things could be organized and labeled by people, right? But with the rise of the hashtags and the way that it captured political imagination, people started to talk about the performed network performance of collective identities, right? We're talking about Black Lives Matter, Me Too, and all sorts of different subjects that were coming together. Also for branding purposes, not just political. But more recently, people have been starting to kind of understand this kind of fraught quality of the labeling that happens in hashtags and tagging. And the Koznick and Feldman say specifically that race, gender, sexual orientation, and nationality are among the oldest and most persistent metadata or tags assigned to and organizing human relations. So this idea, this kind of mix between imagination and classification comes together into tagging and hashtags. But what makes me fascinated about tagging is because it's so simple and a kind of a very direct way into algorithms and the machine thinking. It's not just about hashtags. I'm fascinated by different types of taggings, right? Tagging as tagging users, geotagging, and also the covert tagging that happens when you have machine vision operating. And machine vision does operate covertly in social media a lot. So for example, Facebook was sued for automatically face tagging people and tagging them in photos in 2011. There was an infamous tagging of black people as gorillas by Google. And also the way that hashtags are used by AI researchers to fill in socio-technical context or translate cultural experience into machine-readable data. So there's lots of different types of taggings that I'm interested in, not just hashtags. So following on Walker and Starr's very famous sorting things out, and their statement that the category is in between a thing and an action, I don't really want to look at tags as data and objects, right, as things, but more like actions. So I propose tagging as an operational gesture that stitches together and conjures up different subjects, performatively linked in a relation that makes some of them visible. And then the tagging aesthetics that I will be talking about today through a few artworks are then tactical labeling practices that attempt to make more of those subjects visible in a critical way. So the reason I do this is because following these taggings might help us unravel how socio-technical subjects are determined, reduced, and shaped across social media and machine vision systems. So that's kind of where the title of the presentation comes from. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about some of these artworks. The first one is very famous, is ImageNet Roulette, that a lot of you might know, by Kate Crawford and Trevor Paglen. The project is a commentary on this very famous data set, ImageNet, and basically through an installation and a website, Paglen and Crawford basically by making visible the boundary box, this green rectangle with the associated tags, we're able to have people engage with machine vision in a way that would reveal two things, both the sloppy labor practices, because the data set was trained using underpaid Amazon Turk workers, and also the dated sexist and racist taxonomies of the data set. So there were these subjects that were making this, that I was talking about earlier, already made visible. And as a result, people were activated in the sense that they did expunge some of those categories from the data set. But there was another thing that happened with this project, because people shared their likeness, the mislabeled likeness on social media a lot. And kind of emphasizing and rejoicing in a way, enjoying this digital failure that according to, well, according to Bridges, is a failure of socio-technical subject formation in postmodernity. So essentially, people enjoying this act of mislabeling, right? This kind of, they were kind of tagging themselves into these conversations on social media and kind of coming together as mislabeled, as a network of mislabeled subjects, and establishing a material network of data fugitives on social media, to use Bridges' concept. Yes, so another project that brings together social media and machine vision in a different way is the Hipster Bar by Max Dovin. That is an installation that is essentially, it's a literal bar installed in an exhibition space, and there is a bar that can lift up if you are recognized as a hipster by a machine vision algorithm. And what's interesting about it is that Dovey used imagery tag hipster on Instagram to get the basic data set. Then obviously he had to tamper with it manually to make sure that this would work on human faces, because all sorts of things were roped into this sort of portrait, latent portrait of the hipster. And then people would be recognized or not based on this algorithmic judgment, right? So what I'm interested in, what I think is interesting about this installation, is that the hipster bar conceals the training of the algorithm and focuses on having visitors experience refusal together in an embodied space. This extemporaneous collective subject is mirrored by the latent algorithmic one, the one that Julius was talking about, a contradictory, not quite representable cultural avatar of pretentious consumerism, trendy affectation, and gentrification, the hipster, that remains locked inside the box, this time a black one instead of a green one. You're not seeing the rectangle like in the other piece. So this is one project. There was another project by Dovi that addressed tagging in an interesting way. But I would move forward to another artist, Dries de Porter, who is a Belgian artist. And he created recently a project called The Follower. And what he did is he triangulated this footage from public cameras, surveillance cameras in different squares that were visible, accessible online. And he matched it using AI with images from Instagram that were geotagged with the same location, right? So he presented people with a certain number of followers among those who posted, and basically kind of created a double perspective on the image presented on social media to the followers, and then the labor going behind the selfie, right? And in this way, it creates a kind of a chain of subject relations that activates at least 4 layers of the so-called stack, this famous concept by Benjamin H. Bratton, the user, the interface, the address, the city, and reveals machine vision as a complex techno-social assemblage. Okay. Another project of the Porters does something a bit similar, meaning because he still uses a public feed, this time it's a YouTube feed for showing the Belgian parliament, the Flemish parliament. And what it does is basically extracts clips when people are recognized as using their phones more than a certain number of seconds. I assume, I don't know the precise parameter, but basically when politicians are caught looking at their phone for too long, this gets posted onto a specific Instagram account, and the politician that's been face recognized by the algorithm is also automatically tagged into the post, right? So there is another triangulation this time using the tagging of Instagram that creates a different type of addressability and has different meaning as well. These 2 projects of the Porters rely on social media tagging in different ways, acting and geotagging, to triangulate with the discursive element of the boundary box, merging machine vision and social media into one all-encompassing socio-technical system. On one hand, there is a machinic gaze, right? But on the other, which is kind of embodied by this rectangle, right? This green rectangle. It's kind of personified in a way. And on the other, there is a social scrutiny of either the stalkers, potential stalkers, or followers of the influencers posting the selfie, or the call-out culture / accountability that's afforded by the tagging of the politicians that can, at the point, be reached by the public. So I think this is a very interesting triangulation of different types of subjects that, of the ones that I was talking about earlier, through this use of tagging, bridging, machine vision, and social media. And that's it. So I don't know how much, if I've been too fast, too slow, but thank you very much.
So we've got questions now for 10 minutes, and then we'll have a short break, and then we'll have the next panel. The next panel is going to have only 3 speakers rather than. Anyway, can I have all the speakers here? And we've got about 15 minutes, and we'll do it in an experimental manner. So all the speakers could, yes. And if people could speak to the microphone, both as people or other microphone. Everyone speak to the microphone. Yes, thank you. And if respondents can also use the microphone, and if we could all be gathered here, hovering, and yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So, I'm Alan Zucconi. I'm the Director of Studies at Goldsmith. I have a question for Gabriel, if that's okay. So, I really appreciate that you started by mentioning that a lot of the new machine learning and AI models are built with data that is, has problems with copyright and consent. Now, right now, my Twitter feed is on fire because there's a lot of artists that I follow that are very upset about these. And I'm more concerned not much about those problems, but about the fact that there are so many people that now are projecting a really negative light about machine learning and, as a consequence, about creative AI. And I'm really afraid that if we continue on this trend, there's going to be consequences for people like us that are working in these fields, maybe because there might be stronger regulation. So do you have any advice or any insight into how to sort of dampen the impact of these, maybe new practices, or how to help those artists better understand the procedure, or if there is anything that we can do to attenuate this problem? Thank you.
Geez, that's a hard question. Oh, wow. The voice sounds really loud if I speak it like this. I don't know. I wonder if, like, your book, AI Art, right? Am I saying the name wrong? Talks about this as well in a different way, because I think, I don't know if I want to defend the machine learning. I mean, like, I think that a large part of this process is how absurdly terrible has been the process of development of those systems. And maybe what we're seeing is like what might be called like a backlash from all of the problematic things that have been done. It is absurd that the artists are having their works being taken from their platforms without their consent. But maybe this is the first time that, people are perceiving, maybe not the first time, I don't know. But this is the time that people are perceiving this, and I think this is being brought up, and platforms are creating systems to avoid that from happening, for example. And I wish this was something that was more talked about. Now, I think, anyway, I hope that part of what I'm trying to get at with this question of scale is saying that maybe we don't need to depart from big scale necessarily, right? What would happen if we actually looked at those images as carefully as we might? And this, I think, is a question for also the way that data sets are created that needs to be thought out. What would happen if this was based on consent, or if people were, there were other kinds of incentive structures? And I'm happy that people are recognizing this right now. And hopefully they bring all those hard questions true for us to solve together. Thank you.
Any more questions, comments, general statements, contributions? Complaints. Yes.
Maybe I can just ask kind of like a follow-up to that, also with Professor Bauzy's point about the role that these artistic projects can play in creating awareness. But I wonder, like, you're talking about scale and sort of systemic infrastructure, and I would tend to agree with you that it's a really great thing that actually artists are at the forefront of trying to regulate these technologies, because I think most of like the lawsuits that are going, they're very aware of copyleft, and they're interested in making kind of like fair interventions. But I would sort of argue that it's not their practice necessarily. It's just that they happen to be artists whose names have been used. I guess the point of what I'm trying to get at is, do you think that there's a bigger role besides like awareness raising? So for instance, like the Trevor Paglen and Kate Crawford work that you mentioned, it got a lot of attention, but it seems like these big conglomerates are able to like embrace that negative press, or like, create a little product on the side and kind of like digest the criticism at the same time as completely exploiting things. So I don't know if like is raising awareness like a KPI of these artistic practices? Is that enough anymore?
No, I wouldn't say that that's enough. I don't think that society should rely on artists to fix its problems in general, right? I think that when you have a project like ImageNet Roulette, for example, right, you can show that the data set is biased. You can even encourage the debiasing as much as it can be possible of the data set, but then I don't think that the way that you look at the data set can be the only way to fix this type of issues, right? And so I think in a way artists can raise the awareness about some of these problems, right? In terms of making people empathize with data workers, or making people understand how things are being made in a way that can be mystifying in some ways, right? I think that in some way it can generate this consciousness of just connectedness, right? The connectedness between different spheres. And I guess that's maybe what we can find in art. I don't think artists necessarily need to be the ones that fix it, because that would be too much for them to do, and also it would be dangerous for society to think, okay, society need to be fixed by artists. And also, I think ethically, there were some of the artists interviewed by Crawford and Stark in the other paper, and they were interviewing people working with face recognition, and they were saying that this sometimes creates some ways of using data from artists that they called cop art, that can be even maybe, can be even go in the wrong direction, when artists try to expose certain things by accelerating it. So I think at the end of the day, you always need to go on a case-by-case basis. You can only judge from what you see and, from what the consequences of that are. So I don't think there is a simple answer to that. Sorry for being a bit too long. Thank you.
I was very taken with your example of this kind of almost dirty pleasure that we get from mislabeling, misnaming, and ImageNet Roulette described me as a mediatrix, and I've adopted that label ever since. That's it's gone into my professional bio. Mediatrix.
May I just add before, sorry, I just wanted to respond to that as well, just saying that I think it's also a part of the work of the artist, I guess, and my personal take, at least in our practice with Bruno, is like this intervention approach, right? And then I don't know, maybe the artist should break up Google. What would that look like? I don't know. I know the artists are probably not going to be able to do that, but as a provocation, as an activist kind of approach to artistic practice, I think it's interesting to think about.
Just to add a quick thing, because I noticed that you have this feeling of like, what if I lose my data sets? What if I don't have access to it anymore? And maybe you can actually get a lesson from AI from this, because AI kind of learns, as I tried to describe, it learns by throwing away stuff and losing access to data and information. And just what I was talking about, parsimony, and creating your own data set, that is actually what AI is doing. It's throwing away what you give to it and creating what it needs. So, I don't know. It's kind of funny that we are actually attached to all these images and all these things.
Maybe we'll gather a few questions together now, the kind of questions, comments, so please go ahead, yeah.
Hi there. Can you hear me? I'm really interested in how you define creative in the concept of creative AI, and you seem to be talking a lot about artists, so coming back to this sort of individualized concept of creativity, and I was wondering if there was a way you could break down your understanding of creative in this context.
Well, I thought we were going to gather some concepts. I hope we will dissolve. Yes.
All right. Okay, I have questions for everyone, but feel free not to answer if there isn't enough time. So I have a question for Nicola about your using of tagging. And I want to ask if you think this is functionally different to the idea of labeling, which is much more common in machine learning circles and in technical circles. So I wonder if you want to elaborate on that. What does tagging bring to the table conceptually from an arts and humanities perspective? I have also another question for Rodrigo. You mentioned to pass the media archaeological test of time. And I like that, but I wonder also if you can explain a little bit, elaborate on that. Where is that threshold specifically? It kind of reminds me a little bit of medium specificity sort of debates around a point where creative AI art or creative AI or whatever will be enter the canon of the arts, so to speak, but I'm not sure if that's what you meant. And I didn't have a question for Gabriel, but since he brought it up, I'm going to have one now as well. As you know, I'm very close to the interventionist aspect of it and the critical technical practice aspect of it. I also wonder, though, whether there is specific outcomes in terms of knowledge that have come out of your own practice that you want to share. For example, did we learn anything by interviewing to the Turkers, by asking them questions? What did we learn by that about them? So this knowledge question, I suppose, is a research question more than a. So yeah.
Can I just ask a question as well, but maybe just to put it on the table for us to kind of go and think with, and that question bounces off Rodrigo's presentation, but in a film, but also it refers to, I think, the things we're all doing. And I was wondering about, thinking about Stan Brakhage and experimental film, and that a very particular modernist aesthetic around cinema. I'm thinking, to what extent is the concept of the avant-garde useful with regard, well, to anything really, but with regard to AI art in particular, or kind of creative AI? I mean, is this the new avant-garde? Is the language and the tradition of the avant-garde, is it just gone, passé? Is there any point, and especially socio-political point, in reviving it for any particular purposes? It's a question to kind of think with, travel with. But to talk about creativity, and I think it's maybe a question that different people would want to talk about. So and I'll talk about a little bit about my own work around creativity and trying to kind of hack at this concept from different angles, but also the lab, and so other colleagues can chip in, because we're trying to depart from this idea of creativity as creatio, this kind of striking, lightning from God, something that inspires you as an individual and pushes you to do amazing things. And there are lots of problems with that definition, which is often adopted either, kind of very romantic definition, anchored in the idea of a human genius, very often of the male kind, who produces these amazing things and makes. So that idea of creativity is something that perhaps doesn't interest us so much, but is the one that underpins all these kind of bad questions, like, are computers now creative or not? So what we're trying to do with that notion of creativity is extend it beyond the individual and locate it also as a kind of social and cultural concept, one that is also has a history, has a politics, has an ideology. So creativity, and I'm drawing here on the work of Jan Lohmann-Stevenson, a Swedish media theorist who's done some very interesting work around kind of relocating creativity. So in a way, we're engaging in our work, in my own work, I'm engaging with the idea of creativity, the way it's understood in computer science, it's understood in psychology, cognitive science, but also trying to bring in that understanding of creativity coming out of cultural studies, creative industries, and thinking how these different trajectories intersect. So rather than come up with one concept of creativity, the study of creative AI is also the critical study of creativity and the way this discourse has been mobilized and sometimes used kind of against groups of people to promote some forms of industry, some forms of economy, to demolish, destabilize others. So it's always like an ongoing inquiry. My own interest also lies in the area I'm working on now, which is non-human creativity, and that's something different. But anyone else on any of these topics, any of these creativity? Jan Lohmann-Stevenson. There is an issue of, it's in our database, there is an issue of a journal called Transformations. It's Journal Transformations, and it's got a special issue on creativity and AI. And there is that paper, it's open access, and it's available in that. So Journalist Transformations.
Okay, so quickly to address your reference, Stan Brakhage, and I think there's an interesting trivia that there's an American critic, Annette Michelson, who basically described him as an idiot because she was like looking at him in a film festival and he had like a camera next to his face all the time, just like shooting stuff. And she was like, oh, this guy doesn't know how to see anymore. And that's what interests me in Stan Brakhage as someone who was deeply infected by machines. Like his first film, he scratched off his own eyes. Like he filmed it and then scratched off. So I don't tend to be interested very much in like what he talks about, his eyes, his vision and stuff. But if you see him as someone who's deeply infected by machines, and In experimental film, you have that, and that's why I went back to Jean Epstein, who describes cinema as a poison that affects him. He also describes it as alcohol. And I am very interested in these kinds of things because you can start to see that basically cinema and film printing is an analog computer. So I'm interested in these things. And to talk about the media archaeological test of time, it's like, I know I just wrote that as kind of a thing. For me, that's what happened with Jean Epstein when he encountered cinema. Like he wrote like 600 pages on the cinema because he was like, it really opened up a new space of thought in his head that wasn't there. And he was a poet before. He gave up poetry and started to make films. So for me, that's kind of a big encounter when a new thing or a new machine or a new calculation or something starts to open up a little space in the latent space of probabilities that wasn't there before or that was obscured or not accessed. So for me, that's the threshold, when you start to really find a new place. And I don't know if I have seen that exactly with AI yet, but for example, these metaphors have been really interesting for me, like latent space is something that is really interesting for me right now. So anyways, that's my quick answer.
Anyone else? No? Okay, people, so we're going to have a little break. And maybe if we could gather, I know it's a big ask, 5-2, and then we'll have a bigger break, and we'll give you tea and coffee after the next panel, which is shorter. Apologies, and we'll see you in 7 minutes.
Right, I think we're going to continue, so if you make your way back to your seats. While there's still some work being done in my bag, I'm going to introduce the next speakers. God, I'm afraid my computer wrote down here. So the next session too is called Meanings. And the first presentation we're going to hear is on NLG hermeneutics and prompt engineering, optimizing for meaning making in 21st century media. And we're going to hear Dr. Leah Henriksen, who's a lecturer in digital media at the School of Media and Communication, University of Leeds, and Dr. Alberto Moreno Peñuela, lecturer in computer science at the Department of Informatics at King's College London.
All right. Thanks for the nice introduction. So I'm Albert Moreno. I'm a lecturer in computer science here at King's, and I have the great pleasure of having Leah here today with me as well. Leah's a lecturer in digital media at the University of Leeds, and for the last couple of years, I would say, we've been working together in various aspects of language generation using AI and asking ourselves questions about creativity and mostly about the meaning of those artificial creations. And so if there are two takeaways from this talk today, those are first, that often we think of natural language generation and natural language processing mostly around text, right? And when we think about creativity around that text, we think of literature and poetry and things that come naturally encoded in that way. But we don't think so often about other things that we can also encode as text, like music, for example. So there's, spoiler alert, there's going to be a little bit of music in this presentation. So that's one takeaway. And the other takeaway is that once we generate those pieces of creative artificial media, we ask ourselves, what's the meaning of this, right? Is this relevant? Is this meaningful? And for that, we apply theories of hermeneutics. So I don't think we have to spend a lot of time on this slide. I think this was mentioned in the first talk already. We've all seen what ChatGPT can do, what large language models can do. Here we have a couple of tweets from the recent days about ChatGPT passing law and medicine exams, and even subtle kind of subtle and meaningfully puzzling jokes about lying, and people asking ChatGPT, tell me a lie, and then ChatGPT goes, the sky is made of green cheese, and then the user says, that's a bad lie, since it's obviously not true. Tell me a subtle lie, and then ChatGPT goes, I am a human being, which is partly intriguing and also partly true. And so for us, it's really interesting to use this capacity of prompting language models and looking for these sort of more meaningful examples, right? And since we work a lot with hermeneutics, here's one about writing jokes about hermeneutics that only readers of a certain theoretician about hermeneutics, William Wimsatt, would understand. And the joke makes some kind of sense, but you really need to know who this person was and his point in about how to interpret literary texts and where does meaning come from. So does meaning come from the author of the text, or does meaning come from the interpretation from the reader, which is a spectrum that we look at very often as a tool for interpreting artificial creations. But this is the sort of the specific domain where we deploy natural language generation and large language models. I like this article very much because the main point of this paper is to say that natural language is really a type of music. And there are really lots of different arguments, anthropological, biological, arguing that natural language is really a subset of our capacity to create and interpret music. And both share lots of different features, right? Like volume and rest and pitch and many other different features. Right, and so we are very tempted to just reuse these models pretty much as they are to think about AI creativity and in particular for creating new pieces of music. But before talking about that, and obviously before the age of pre-trained large language models, I spent some time with some students at the University of Amsterdam using what many in this room would recognize as good old-fashioned AI, in which the point is not so much into feeding machine learning with lots of different examples and without any pretension of the statistical models in understanding anything of that data that's going on, but rather in using knowledge representation and reasoning for such creative processes, right? And this is one such an example. So what we did here was we produced a very, very large knowledge base of musical knowledge, about 500,000 songs approximately, and we didn't just feed it into some AI system. This was deliberately explicit and ontological and semantic about the contents of that music, right? And there were rich descriptions about the duration of notes and the meaning of those notes and the role in the points where they appear, and their relation with rhythm and harmony and all these sort of musicological constructs. And then we use this for a very specific task that some music creatives do themselves, which is crafting mashups. So up there we have an example of a crafted mashup. All right, so that was a short excerpt of a mashup that really mixes two pre-existing tunes, right? So you could hear Black Sabbath and Ludicide, I think was the hip hop one, all matching together, right? So there was a matching in rhythm, there was a matching in harmony, and you can see that there was a craft by a certain author in trying to bring together these two. And then the goal of the project was to just do this automatically at scale, using all those semantic descriptions I mentioned before, right? So what pieces of music have this potential for matching together, just using these rich knowledge representations. And here are just two examples of such an automatic mix. So the first tune is very recognizable. right? So that was Michelle by the Beatles. There's a second one. And since these two happen to have all those meaningful correspondences in their musical features, this is what the mashup goes like. Very good. So this was just one of the examples that could be extracted from such a large knowledge base. Of course, with the advent of large language models, as I was saying before, this looks rather different, right? And we can take a different approach. Instead of just feeding machine learning with these semantic descriptions, we just feed the symbolic representations of music directly to learn a sort of a distribution of semiotics of all those signs over a couple of examples. And in this particular example, we did not do it on things like notes and chords and the usual music notations. We did it over code because we know that these things are also very, very good at learning computer code. And we did it on something called live coding specifically. How many of you know what live coding is? Okay, so it's quite a number. So live coding is a form of performance in which the artist will write code, computer code, in front of an audience that's just having a good time and listening to them, and then that code generates music. And the live coding session is this performance of observing how the musician creates music in front of you, and the rest of the people in the room just enjoy it. There's an example here. Can you click on the? Yeah, it's just right there. All right, so you can see what's going on, right? So they're just manipulating the code, and each manipulation just creates a variation on the music that's being reproduced. And what we did with this was we took one of these transformer architectures, GPT-2, and we fed them a large number of such code snippets that have the potential to generate music. And the model learned the shape and the way in which this code needs to be arranged to mimic the distribution of the input samples. Only a very, very small proportion of them produced any music at all, because there are not so obvious things that the model had no chance to learn whatsoever that need to be written into those examples. But some of them did play, and this is an example that did not belong in the original training data set. So this was a genuine creation. And this can go on just indefinitely, just because it's code reproducing all the time. But you get the idea and how different it is from having everything symbolically represented. And I think this next experiment was just a twist over that. So the idea was very similar, just to fit the same model with lots of examples. In this case, in a very simple melodic notation that's called ABC, very similar to any other natural language. What we thought was interesting about this experiment is that there was constant user interaction, right? So there was feeding from the users into giving genuinely human-made measures of music, and then some of those measures were followed by empty measures that the model had to fill in by itself, and so and they were alternating. right, all the time. And this is the result. So you can hear more or less that the frequency of human input and machine output is kind of a conversation. And so these were examples of usage of these large language models for, say, an atypical task of music learning. But we also brought this a little bit closer to our shared interests, which is the study of hermeneutics and meaning in texts. And we did a couple of additional experiments with fine-tuning these models with different corpora, with different intentions. So the first one was really to very interestedly have a pre-trained language model that would be able to help us write scholarly papers, right? So to speed up the write-up of related work sections, right? So just training the model to have a good distributional semiotics about what's ever been written about this particular field. And you can see some samples here. This was specifically done for papers in my own field. That's papers in the semantic web. But together with Leah, we've repeated this experiment, fine-tuning the model with a corpus on I would say every relevant text that's ever been written about hermeneutics, with very interesting results. And this sort of opened Pandora's box into thinking about hermeneutics as a theoretical framework to interpret the output of these creative AI models. And for that, I'll leave it to you, Leah.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll keep this short and sweet because I'm aware of time, and I can see there's some scrambling going on here, so don't worry. So Albert's talked a lot about the technical side of this and the intention behind creating these kinds of works. I come in and I talk more about the reception of those works, more than just a pretty face. So Albert and I use hermeneutics. We've talked about hermeneutics a lot, not a term that comes up in everyday speech. So for those of you who aren't familiar with that term, hermeneutics is essentially the study of meaning making. It is how we come to understand ourselves and the world and our places in the world. So we are exploring the meaning behind the stuff that Albert is making. Why should we care? What does this work tell us about ourselves? What does this work tell us about the ways that we understand the world and the ways that we relate to one another? I'm a communications scholar, so that's what I'm focused on. And we frame our discussions around something that is called the hermeneutic contract. Because Albert is based at KCL, you have him permanently. I'm not based at KCL, so if you want to have me permanently here, get a copy of my book where I introduce the hermeneutic contract. It's essentially the idea that when we read a text or when we interpret a work, we're assuming that somebody has made that work with some kind of intention behind it. We might not know that intention, but we are looking for this figurative meeting point between ourselves and the person who made that work. So through our work, what we try to investigate is what is that figurative meeting point? It doesn't need to be real. It's just what do we imagine that meeting point to be? So as you go forward with your own work, it doesn't matter if you're working with text, which is my bag, or music, which is more Albert's. These questions should apply to every bit of creative AI that you're working with. How do we make sense of all of this? What does this output and technology mean? How do we reach those meanings? And what is the hermeneutic value of computer-generated content? Why should we care? If you want some guidance on how to do this, Albert and I published a piece last year in Configurations. We can send it to you if you don't have access. And I think Albert will conclude on our behalf.
Thanks, Leah. So really what this really brings us to is to to the fact, or where does this attribution go, right? So not until, just until very recently, we're used to think about this hermeneutic contract, right? Where do we attribute meaning to this intermediate point between the author and the reader. And I think with these models, I think we can start thinking more broadly about not just intention or purpose or semantics, but when to regard a system as actually being creative. And I think with all the work that we've done together, I think we've come to the conclusion that there is really a lot of to think about this, in particular in meaning making from the reader's and consumer's perspective, right? In how can we use these automated creative AI tools as indeed tools for us to grab and interpret by ourselves and attribute that meaning for ourselves. So in a way to shift audiences towards co-creation roles, right? And empower the users of all this generated content. And finally, the last point about how we use prompts, so what are the right questions to ask to these models to incentivize such a co-creation workflow. I think, yeah, that was all we wanted to say. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Albert and Leah. That was really fascinating, and I hope we can come to some of the questions. The more that when Eva and me applied for the Google Artist Machine Intelligence grant, which is called Tools That Make Meaning, Google emailed us back and said, what do you mean meaning? These humans make meaning, and we're like, no, they're not the only ones. So I hope we discuss that a little bit later. So now we're gonna hear from my colleague from the informatics department. I left my notes here, but I don't need them probably. Professor Elena Simpel about AI artworks against misinformation, lessons from the Media Future Project, and I look forward to that.
Tell Albert as his probation mentor that no, we don't take you for granted, and we don't think you're going to be here forever. We really love you. Please stay. So AI artworks against misinformation, lessons from Media Futures. I need to speak closer to the microphone. I'm a computer scientist. In fact, I'm a computer engineer. I've worked with data for a long time. The reason why I started working with artists and working in this creative AI space is because after advising governments to publish more than 1 million data sets about what they're doing online, I've realized that everything that I was doing to help people work with these data sets wasn't leading anywhere, essentially. And I was working on algorithms and systems to find the data and visualize it and put it in context. And yet, at the same time, we were experiencing a huge rise in misinformation and disinformation online. So I thought, whatever I'm doing, I'm not doing it right. Or maybe I'm not supposed to do it alone. So I've started looking around me to look for other ways to do things. So I had a project then in 2018 called Data Stories, where for the first time, it was an EPSRC project, where for the first time I worked together with artists, and I asked them to tell me, how should I show data to people for them to care? And that was an amazing and humbling experience at the same time, because I've learned a lot and I'm still learning. And I've just realized many of the things that my speakers from the previous sessions have said much more eloquently than me. But essentially that everything that I was trained to do, which is technology and to some extent policy advice, cannot deliver solutions to these sort of data, misinformation, disinformation challenges on their own. Now, what's the relationship between all this and AI? Well, I suppose all of us have heard stories about how AI technologies can make online harms worse. Say, since the rise of social networks with their advertising models which reward viral content and clicks more than informed content, you could say that AI has made things worse, that it has allowed harmful content to spread faster, and through trolls and fake accounts has distorted how we interact online, has polarized communities, has destroyed our trust in established institutions, and so on and so forth. At the same time, AI has been a helpful tool. If you look at statistics published by fact checkers and social media, AI is what allows them to take down more than 90% of all the garbage that is published online before anyone spots it and filters it. So it can be used productively. So Media Futures basically operates in this space, where on the one hand we are aware of the harms of the technology. We also know the technology landscape is changing very quickly. At the same time, we would like people to be aware of what's good and what's bad about data science and AI, and engage with them to develop solutions that educate, entertain, and engage at the same time. And this is where this Media Futures program comes in. It's a publicly funded program through Horizon 2020, which is or used to be a big research framework program for research and innovation, of which the UK is still a part. This was a 3-year program that started in 2020, and we're now in the 3rd year of the project. And the idea really was to create an art tech ecosystem that can deliver new, interesting approaches that use data and AI to encourage people to engage with high-quality journalism, science education, and digital citizenship. Just very briefly about what we did. Essentially, we used some of the public funding to set up a fund to commission artworks and work together with startups. So this is why you see here we have these 3 tracks. So we've organized 3 open calls in the last 3 years, seeking new ways to tackle misinformation and disinformation around the world. Those of you who are interested can find all this information on the website. Say, we fund and support through training and mentoring and advice and data and technology resources around 66, I think, if I counted correctly, pilots that come up with very, very interesting ways to tackle these challenges with data and AI. So now for the rest of my presentation, I'm just going to give you a few examples of how they do that. In general, there's among these 66 projects that we have seen, and the around 500 which we received, which applied into the program, we distinguish between ideas that aim to explore and challenge the technology. So there, it's really about informing people, about raising awareness of different technologies in a rapidly changing landscape, and about challenging our assumptions and the way we're using this technology. A second class of pilots use AI in non-AI context to solve challenges, to deliver services and experiences to the public, and so on and so forth. In the portfolio that we have, there's a huge range of AI techniques that people use. So it's anything from similar to some of the ideas you've seen today, but almost any imaginable form of natural language processing, computer vision, cognitive AI, affective AI, with every single machine learning technique under the sun. Data is slightly more challenging. So those of you who have done data work, know that a lot of what we do in projects is essentially finding the data we need, cleaning it up, putting it together. And I forgot to say, so these 66 projects stay with us with the program for 6 months. So within 6 months, they have to do all this work that includes the tedious and tiresome task of dealing with data. But there as well, there is a diversity of data sources and data approaches. So some artists use synthetic data sets, open databases, and societal issues and environmental issues, digital archives, video feeds, social media feeds, data sets that they built themselves. Here on the right-hand side is one of the projects we had the pleasure to work with. It's a project by 2 artists who are based in LA. Let me see if I get their names right. Deja T and Anya Catherine, who built this project called Soft Evidence. So this is a video that is entirely a deep fake. And it is meant to question our assumptions about the type of content, video content that we see online, and about how advanced the technology is and how we interact with these with these content. So if you go on the Media Futures website, there's links there to all the projects, and it's really amazing to see. Now going back to, can we tackle misinformation with arts? Say, from the projects we have seen, essentially we've been analyzing them and trying to understand, okay, what are the solutions? So I mentioned that I didn't have any. So I was hoping through this interdisciplinary approaches to find some. And indeed I did. Facts don't change minds. We know this already. What changes minds is essentially the ability to talk to people with different views. Social networks and social contexts can change minds. Storytelling can change minds. And we see this very neatly represented in the approaches that were proposed as potential solutions in Media Futures, which essentially fall into 4 categories. One is really a set of projects that aim to reinforce social links that were broken by the way digital social networks are set up today and the algorithms that they operate. So these projects encourage discussion across the divides in different and set up different interventions for these discussions to happen. And there's a whole series of projects that work with data, complex data sets, uncovering patterns in these data, or improving our understanding of the data, making it more accessible by presenting it in different ways. Others, they define or propose completely new way of debunk fake news. Most of these approaches tend to be social and participatory, and others related to media literacy as well help us develop a critical thinking on how specific types of algorithms are involved in information manipulation, similar to the examples that we've heard also in the previous session. Say, very briefly, just I think 4 or 5 of these projects, and I've added some links, and they're all on the Media Futures website as well. So this is a project by an artist collective based in the UK called Fast Familiar. They produce artworks which are, I've worked with them a couple of times now, so they produce these artworks and experiences which are participatory and inclusive and playful at the same time, despite the fact that they address very serious topics. So we've worked on a previous project with them It was about the pharmaceutical industries and all the bad things that, that happened there. This is about misinformation, again, another political, very serious topic. So what they were doing is essentially setting up an environment where they would take people with opposing views, which they would know based on their social media feeds and so on and so forth, and would allow them to, or facilitate a 15-minute lunchtime informal conversation in which these people who perhaps otherwise would never interact with each other on social media, also because of the sort of reinforcement and filter bubbles algorithms that we are exposed to. So they were creating this space for these people to meet in a social context and to exchange jokes and songs and pictures of their families and so on and so forth, and then start a conversation about COVID and vaccines. 730 hours of violence. Say this is actually a much bigger exhibition composed of 9 artworks in Barcelona. The group behind this is called Domestic Data Streamers. And in Media Futures, they had one particular type of violence in a project that was looking at cyberbullying. By the way, I was telling you earlier about how social networks are able to take down more than 90-something% of all the garbage. Bullying is actually the most challenging type of content they can't take down. So this is quite fitting. So what they do is they look at Twitter feeds, and they take 3 really bad words, which I'm not going to repeat right now, and they have this installation where there are hammers on the wall every time that word is said on Twitter in real time. And for one of these 3 words, I think it is 1,800 times per second. This project is about improving our understanding of data. Data in this case is news. It's a project run by 4 data journalists from Georgia and Germany, all of them either formerly living in Russia or with links to Russia, where they used neural networks and visualization to build what they call propaganda narrative soundscapes that really make clear how the Russian media has evolved in their narratives about the war. Critical Climate Machine. They're doing something very interesting in the sense that they're proposing a new way to do fact-checking, which is participatory. It is the topic there is climate change. So they look at information from Twitter accounts that are skeptical towards climate change. They use these here on the floor. They have machine learning embedded in them. There's a sound installation around it from dialogues with citizens and students around climate change. Let me just do this one, and then I'll wrap up, okay? Because this is very interesting. So this is a project. I'm just going to try to scroll down to get the name of the artist right. This is a project by an artist called Kasia Molga. And essentially, it is trying to reify, to materialize this law that I didn't know had a name. So Alberto Brandolini was an Italian programmer, and he is responsible for this law that essentially says that if we're just trying to fact check and debunk in the classical way, we've lost. Because it takes 6 times more energy to refute fake stuff once it's online than it takes to post it. And that was before ChatGPT. So this piece is trying to visualize, to communicate that sort of imbalance between what it takes to put false information online and to process it. There's many other things that we're still learning. Happy to chat as well in the break about it. Facts don't win minds. people and stories do. Having worked now in this environment for the last 6 years, I would say that speaking as a computer scientist involved in education as well, every AI undergrad should be exposed to creative AI and work in this space to have that experience, in addition perhaps to learning from industry. And if you're interested in what we've learned and the research outputs, particularly how we've assessed how the works and experiences approach misinformation and their effects in the public, we're working on a Media Futures toolkit as well, which you can find online. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, these were fascinating projects. Thank you. We can discuss them more. So you can click with the mouse, yeah?
Yep.
So now, yeah, mic's on. I'm going to mute this for a second. Okay. So now we're going to hear our last presentation for this before the break, which is called Using Unsupervised Machine Learning to Automate the Scoring of Alternate Use Cases, which is a project by Dr. Zheng Zhuan, who is a lecturer in artificial intelligence at the Department of Informatics at King's College London, and Hong Zhu, who came to us from Oxford.
Okay.
Yeah?
It's just going to allow, if you want, you can use the mouse, or you can ask me to do the slides.
Okay, yeah, sure. Hello, everyone. I'm going to talk about our study on supervised and unsupervised machine learning to automate the scoring of alternative uses tests. It is a joint work by me and my colleague, Lu Ning, and Rebecca, and Yanzheng here. As we all know, that the creative thinking has a great value in both the research and application fields. It is a very important skill for young people and students in their cognitive development. It also facilitates a lot of studies in both the psychology, social science, or machine learning fields. And there's also evidence showing it can make valuable prediction about individuals' future creative achievements, such as creating their own artwork, or setting up their own business, or conducting new projects. However, creative thinking is a very abstract concept, and it's hard to measure it. That's why alternative uses test is widely used in the research field, where the participants are given a prompt, such as an object, and asked to come up with original uses of it. For example, for a bowl, like we all know, its common use is to contain food, but it can be maybe it can be thought as a helmet, and those responses will, those responses will be rated in 4 dimensions: fluency, flexibility, elaboration, and originality. For now, those ratings are normally done manually by human raters, and that brings a lot of problem due to the different background of the raters and their understanding. Even though they are trained before the rating, it still renders the rating quite subjective, inefficient, and have a low validity. Furthermore, it's going to generate a lot of labor costs as there are a lot of responses. And as a result, the education and training on creativity are severely constrained. So there's a need for a more efficient and convenient automated scoring tool for the alternative uses test, which can also bring some other potential benefits. Well, first, we know that such models will be most likely be trained on the large corpus of human data, and that might reflect an average human recognition of creativity. And also, we have seen the birth of a lot of AIs like the writing bots, but for a lot of them, like their writings are mostly a recombination of something in their training data, and that's not really something new. But if we have a way to quantify the creativity between text, then we might be able to create a true creative AI, at least at the language or text level. So people have made experiments with it, and for the current state of art, people are using semantic distance from non-contextual semantic spaces to try to approximate the human rating in alternative uses test. We have Dumas actually in 2021. He found that GLOF, among other taxonomy models, can better predict originality. And we have Betty and Johnson conducted SEMDIS using 5 semantic distance from 5 different non-contextual models and found a high correlation with the human rating at respondent level. So our study will be 2 parts. In the first part, we'll extend the previous research by studying the correlation between the semantic distance factor and the human rating in alternative uses tests, including those from contextual semantic spaces. And for the second part, we'll try to train a supervised model for prediction. So the data set we're using is collected by one of our authors in her previous study at Cambridge, by Rebecca. And participants are given 2 prompts, bowl and a paperclip, and they're asked to come up with different uses, as many as possible, in 90 seconds. There will be 3 raters to rate the responses, and if 2 of them disagree, a third one will be involved. The rating scales are as follows, where 0 means not valid, and 1 means it's a common use with no originality. 2 to 4 means a valid answer with increasing originality. On the right-hand side, you can see some examples here, where finger is an invalid answer for the prompt bowl, and make salad is common use, and the other 3 answers are valid and with increasing creativity. So the reason we try unsupervised models first is because it's convenient, and once it's proven to be quite useful, we can generalize it to other data sets quite quickly because it's accessible online. And we'll have 2 models for it. The first one, the semantic distance factor, will come from 3 different non-contextual semantic spaces. And for the contextual model, the semantic distance factor will come from 4 different contextual semantic spaces. Here's a little background knowledge on it. In natural language processing, the word and phrases can be converted into a numerical representation called embeddings, and we define the semantic distance as 1 minus the cosine similarity between the embeddings of the word and the prompt and response. And below is an example from one of the contextual semantic space we use, GPT-3. You can see the word between good itself is 0, and the semantic distance get larger when they have more different semantic meanings. After we get the distances, we'll have 2 latent variables. The first one is the human rating for creativity. The next one is the semantic distance factor. We'll study the latent correlation between these 2 using confirmatory effect analysis to reduce random error and have a more accurate approximation. The non-contextual semantic spaces we're using are GLOF, Word2Vec, and FastText. And contextual ones we use are Universal Sentence Encoder, GPT-3, Robota, and Sentence Transformers. The biggest difference between these 2 is that for non-contextual one, it has the unchanged embedding for the same word. For example, there are the same word point appeared 3 times in the 2 sentences at different position, but in the non-contextual semantic spaces, the 3 embeddings are the same. While in the contextual ones, they have different representation. So the result of models are as follow. The left-hand side is HCR stands for the human creative ratings, and NSD and CSD stands for non-contextual and contextual semantic distance. There are the factor loadings on the edges and the variance on the below. Both models have a good model fit, but we observe a quite low correlation, 0.06, between the human creative factor ratings and the non-contextual semantic distance. While we observe a close to 0.3 latent correlation between the human creative rating and the contextual semantic distance. So as a conclusion, the ratings, the correlation are really considerably low, so the semantic distance cannot be used directly as for the prediction of creativity and non-creativity. However, as a comparison, we see that the contextual models performs better at understanding creativity in the alternative uses test than non-contextual one. And that motivates us into the next part of our study, because the non-supervised models are not enough, so we try the supervised models. It also has some good performance on other NLP tasks. We will use the roundup average human rating as the target. And since our data used to have multiple classes range from 1 to 4, but since most of the samples concentrated on 1 and 2, so we adjusted it to a binary classification, while the responses with average human rating 1 will be considered non-creative because it's a common use. And those with average rating 1.5 or above will be considered creative because at least one of the raters agree it has some degree of originality. Here's an example like showed on BUT. Well, we are adding a linear layer to the output of the classification token to do the task. We're training 3 models on our 3 data sets, one on the prompt bowl, one on prompt paperclip, and one from the combined data sets. The baseline model we use is the majority classes, and we'll do task-specific prediction where the training and the test data set come from the same prompt, and the cross-task one where the training and data sets and test data set come from different prompts. We can see like a quite big improvement in the task-specific predictions, and in the cross-task prediction, there are also slightly improvements compared to the baseline model. One interesting phenomenon is that the combined model actually outperforms the task-specific model at prompt paperclip, and that might suggest that giving more training data, the model can improve its overall performance. To test our generability of our model, we make prediction on the dataset from previous studies with different prompts, both box and row, and with different raters. And because we have a different rating scale, we adjusted like classification here as the responses with average rating 1 will be considered non-creative, and those with 2 or above will be considered creative. And here are our results. You can see an increasement compared to the baseline model on all the 3 of our models. And that suggests our model have a prompt independency, and it can be used on out-of-domain dataset. So as a wrap-up of our supervised model study, we see an improvement in both task-specific and cross-task prediction. We see the applicability of this model on some other data sets. And also the results suggest that the models are effective with just a few trained data with a few prompts. In our case, it's just 2 prompts. And as a conclusion, well, in the first study, we observed low but positive correlations, but that suggests that a semantic distance cannot be used directly to approximate human rating in alternative usage tests. And the contextual models outperforms the non-contextual ones. Well, in the second one, we see an increasement in both the task specific and cross-task prediction using supervised models, and that suggests that and it can also be generalized to the other prompts in our data sets. There are also some improvements to be made, like we can find more training data and to compare their performance with the model we have now. And we can also try different model structures like GPT-3 or Elmo, and maybe that can also improve our results. Thank you very much for listening. That is the end of the presentation.
Thank you. Great, and we have a short round of questions. Any questions about the meaning? I have a question for Albert and Leah for the first presentation. I'm quite interested in the way that, if there is a shift that in your research you could find. Oh, it's too loud. Yeah, sure, thank you. So is there a shift in the way that you perceived that humans are making meaning when they come up with this collaborative or with this with a machine learning version of making culture? So is the meaning found in a different way? Is there a shift going on?
One of us is going to have to move. Do you want to? Sure. Thanks for the question. I think the answer is possibly yes, although I don't think, so I think we're seeing this in different layers and in different sectors and communities. So for example, I think there's definitely a twist in this approach of just using these creative tools as really tools. So, for example, many of the, and I realize this is a very biased sample, but many of the artists that I follow on the web that then have video logs or blogs or just narrate and explain their experiences when they interact with these models as tools, and they really take them as such, right? So they for example, one of them that I like very much just uses them to generate poetry, and now the poetry the models generate is unsatisfactory to him for many different reasons, but there are useful things, just simple pragmatic useful things that he can take out of these, automatically created creations, and then twist them to his own interests, right? So, I think there's definitely a shift towards at least this utilitarian or pragmatist view that doesn't perhaps look so much into interpretations or specific meanings, but rather at the utility of skipping, tasks that are otherwise tedious and repetitive, right?
Yeah, if I can just add something to that really quickly. I think also, to respond to your question, the life worlds of those who are doing the interpretation have markedly changed in the last 5 years, 10 years. All of a sudden we have a lot of information and a lot of talk about AI, more so than we have ever had. And I think that's definitely informing the way that we interpret these artifacts and the way that we interpret the process of using a lot of these tools. So it's not just about how the tool actually works, but also the way that we talk about it, the way it's framed in popular discourse, and the accessibility of these tools. It's been said a lot that ChatGPT isn't a particularly revolutionary technology. What is revolutionary is the access it allows. And I think that is really changing the ways that people interpret these tools, because all of a sudden they're not depending on secondary sources. They can use the tools themselves. They can experiment and play in ways that they couldn't before. So we're in an exciting time, and the answer to that question will probably change in a year's time as well.
Okay, thank you. We have two more here.
I don't want to take other people. Is it on? Can you hear me? Okay. I think it is on. It's just a bit low. My question was for the last presentation. I guess I want to ask a bit about the motivations. I think you briefly spoke about it in the beginning, but I wonder, this idea of measuring creativity sounds very troubling to me, perhaps because of the potential uses that it could have. So I'm wondering, what kind of uses do you see for this kind of technology? Are the schools in the UK going to deploy this to test the creativity of students, and what could happen then? And then on the other hand, the effectiveness of this idea of measuring creativity, because Rodrigo talked about noise, and I wonder if very often creativity is not about noise, or what can't be measured, and what happens then, if you get mislabeled or mischaracterized as someone who's not creative because your answers do not fit into the previously understood bounds of creativity. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I actually had the same question, because I had the feeling the data set is actually labeling unusual users and not creative users, because I'm wondering if the model could ever see a paradigm shift, like, Duchamp's art coming up all of a sudden and completely breaking with what was before, and I don't think that could be recognized.
As for the first question, I think for measuring for its potential uses, as you mentioned, I think it might be used when recruiting students or in the industry, but that's mostly a profit-based level, because if you want to have something new, something innovative, and if this proves to have some correlation with the maybe in long-term research, and if they say that these people really have some creative achievements, then if you are as a company, you want to hire this kind of people, and so this tool might be useful there. As for measuring creativity, does it can it really capture when they're paradigm shift or something? I still cannot answer now because I need to do more experiments.
I think I also add a bit on the motivation part. So yeah, myself, I'm not even convinced that we should do that, but in reality, that is widely used. For example, in employment, like test and that kind of thing. And what we don't want is that, because we know that for different, for people from different like cultural background, they may actually have like see things differently or may take things differently, and we actually observe that in our study. So we actually have like our annotators, trained annotators like from different cultural background, and even after our training kind of prior like study, they still like perceive like things differently, and this kind of like differences kind of like put some people in disadvantaged positions. Especially we have these like human raters, like currently it's widely used, and they're either biased or yeah, they can be like quite subjective, or they can be kind of like inconsistent in like when it comes to like rating. What we want to do is that maybe think about whether we can actually use some machine learning models to take all that into consideration, and so more kind of like I would say like fair system, but also consider like people with different cultural background, like what they
I just want to say once again that I think it's potentially very dangerous, but we can discuss more.
Over cake, yeah. So two more. You also have.
I just want a quick. Can I quickly respond just to this? Because to Carol and to the paper as well. It is not like we don't measure creativity in other ways, in other very subjective ways in art school, in education systems already. So there is also, I can also see the point that you're making about trying to standardize other, or at least try to get a measure of this, because as much as I share your qualms about this, and I think it can be potentially quite dangerous or uncomfortable, the way we evaluate creativity at the moment is equally problematic and uncomfortable for many other parts of the world, right? So
great, we have a debate.
I mean, we can discuss
Yeah.
more. Sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Can you hear me? Is it working? No, it's not.
Should be.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the presentation. They were great. My question is to the last presenter. So as I understand, the creativity is measured as a function of the semantic distance. So the higher the plurality of the words I use, the more creative you are. And this is purely on the use of certain words. Now, what about the style that of someone uses as like figure of styles, in which you have also the anaphor. The anaphor, by definition, is the repetition of the same word at the beginning of a sentence or a series of words. And this is used in political speeches, for example, or even poets. So can a style scoring be added to this algorithm in order to measure this particular part that, in my opinion, in this algorithm is missing?
Yeah. I think like it can, if we can like pre-train the semantic spaces on like selective text, like as you say, maybe we can train it on only like political speeches or just poems, and it might capture different like figurative meaning. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm thrilled to see that the paper sort of generated such a lively debate. Joanna has the last, and then we are going to have a bit of a tea break finally.
Thank you. I've got a question for Elena. And I was fascinated by your paper and the examples and the ways of reading through, against misinformation. And I also have a question around the proposition that facts don't change minds. And I think we are struggling with this issue, and we would be on board with this proposition, I think many of us, and we are struggling with this as both living, breathing citizens and as scholars in a number of different disciplines. But I'm wondering about the counterpoint about stories and conversations do as you proposed, and you were going through it and working through different models that show that. I'm wondering about the role of affect, or emotion plus something else, the bodily reaction, bodily response. Is there a room for that in your models, and somewhere that goes beyond the kind of quite crude sentiment analysis and computation?
Thank you. So intuitively, I would say yes, and we see that in some of the artworks that we worked with, which do create these immersive data experiences that people engage with in non-verbal ways, and quite a few of them built on that. Having said that, I am not an expert in cognitive psychology, say, possibly I would say, as someone who has observed these artists working and people responding to their work, I'd say yes, that it's not just storytelling, it's the way you tell the story, right, and you present it, and it's the people that you meet, who should have as many diverse opinions as possible, and you should have the opportunity to engage with them. So absolutely, I'd say I've been just literally just observing what was going on and trying to sort of make sense of it from an AI or a human AI interaction design perspective, to see whether there is anything more principled that we can learn about how to design the technology.
Do we continue at 3 or 3:15? No, but then what do we do in this 15 minutes? Okay.
So we can now rest our attention. It's all we need, we know from the paper. So we can rest our attention and feed it with a bit of sugar. Please grab some coffee in the back. And we come back together and we start at 3:15 sharp.
Their realization of seemingly benign goals might involve unanticipated behaviors. Can everybody still hear me without this? It doesn't seem to be working very well at the moment. Yeah. So a key concern about the ARs of the future is that their realization of seemingly, as I said, benign goals might involve unanticipated behaviors that are harmful, even existentially harmful to humans. So Wanderer invites us to imagine an AI pursuing the goal of acquiring the totality of knowledge about what it is to be human from the data it is fed. But it realizes that to fully understand what it is to be human, it needs to evolve consciousness, the conscious, subjective feeling of what it is like to experience color, taste, fear, arousal, etc. Now, many philosophers convincingly argue that to be conscious requires embodied experience, that a brain in a vat could not be conscious, and that consciousness emerges from the complex integration of different modalities of sensory input. So consciousness arises because of the complexity with which information is integrated. It's a kind of information theoretic account. That conscious, subjective feeling of what it is to experience. An example, of course, will be integration of text and visual data. However, since Christina's Wanderer is a non-physical digital entity, it creates a virtual world in which it simulates embodied experience. It sounds contradictory, but it's simulating embodied experience in a virtual world, creating memories from integrated text and visual data. So some interesting questions arise. In particular, philosophers have recently argued that virtual realities are as real as the real world we live in. They can satisfy all our intuitive ideas about what counts as real. It from bit, rather than the more familiar bit from it. Also, what would it like to be a conscious AI? How and in what ways would it be different from the conscious experiences of humans. And finally, if conscious AI evolves, and what is arguably more likely, we treat future AIs as if they were conscious, independently of whether we know the fact of the matter, what ethical implications would that have for humans? So these are some of the questions that emerge and arise from Christine as the Wanderer. So I'll pass over to Christine now.
Amazing, thank you. Right, so as Sandra was saying, I guess throughout our collaboration and our discussions, we've been looking at, these questions of, this embodied experience of an AI and whether, so what does an embodied experience for this AI mean? Because obviously it doesn't have an actual body, but does a digital body in a virtual world count as an actual body for an AI? So there's been a lot of questions bouncing between me and Sanjay for throughout this work. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to very shortly walk you through the process of making of the work, and then we're going to finish up with some, just some questions that have arisen from us kind of creating this as well. So I guess going forward, there we go. So I wanted to create, so after these conversations, or during these conversations, I wanted to create a world where, this is a bit of a, your, not normal, but just this very kind of, universal trope of a rogue AI going escaping a lab. So we're already starting with this premise that an AI has been trained by humans, but then kind of realizes that wants to be more or wants to have more kind of access to its own sort of training, training place. And this is basically the start of the experience. So this is what you would see if you kind of enter the experience. And then basically this is, just the intro continued. And it talks about how, what Wanderer did. So Wanderer is this AI character that we are going on a journey with. And the idea of the Wanderer is, again, imagining the AI as a traveler, the AI as, just as a traveler, kind of trying to create memories from this sort of multimodal experience of, having to see things, having to walk paths, and basically creating its own virtual reality within which, so almost like a sandbox within it, which environment it sort of explores this idea of AI as a digital archaeologist almost. So experiencing these objects that are giving it the experience that then will kind of create the memories that will help it become more human. So, I mean, this is a bit about, the experience itself. So all of these, so they're all kind of slightly different VR spaces. It's an online experience accessed through computers. And basically, that's the Wanderer character over there. And you would have a chance to kind of walk, take the Wanderer on a walk and help it gain more memories. So each of these experiences is timed. So you have 3 minutes to kind of walk through this environment. And I was playing with this idea of a training cycle. So taking from machine learning and what a training cycle is, and kind of looking into training cycle as a walk. So you're kind of taking the Wanderer for a 3-minute walk in order to create more memories. And so that's basically the character in the environment. So each kind of experience takes 3 minutes to finish. And then it's basically every time, because of its generative nature, every time you kind of do the experience, you get a different outcome. So you get a different memory, you get a slightly different environment, and a slightly different soundscape. So it always generates a new experience for you as a viewer as well. So a bit about the memory objects. So the memory objects are these kind of, these 3D sculptures here. And they're created using StyleGun 2. So they're created using actually well, using text to image model processing, and they are kind of like textures that I have then wrapped around 3D objects, and basically there is a UI sort of snapshot that activates once you're close to the 3D object, that then you have to trigger, and then that snapshot gives you kind of the memory behind that object. So basically you're unlocking the object or unlocking a memory or an experience for the wanderer. And let me just go to the next slide. So these are some examples of the memory objects. And like I said, so I basically started with text first. And these are some of the texts that you can see next to the sculptures. So I have first fed like it's a GPT-2 text model that I fed with data from Travelogues, an open source kind of non-fiction and fiction about traveling and wandering. And then based on that data, I created images, so image textures, which I then applied onto the 3D objects, which are quite simple, sort of like 3D objects. And the interesting thing that kind of emerged from our conversation with Sanjay is that you all know that now that, Midjourney or DALL-E, so whatever you kind of try to generate, like the images that are generated are way more sophisticated than this. However, we were talking about, well, what would an intelligent or a conscious being or like a conscious AI do, and how would we kind of represent an AI being conscious through a visual material? And we sort of said, well, if we look at a Rorschach, if we look at an abstract image like a Rorschach test almost, something like, so an AI being able to respond to something like that is more of a result or more of an outcome telling us that this is, we are dealing with just an intelligent being that has a rich inner life. So again, the approach of making these memory objects was like a reverse Rorschach almost, because it starts with the text and then it goes into the image, and that's how the 3D object is created. And then so this is basically the end of the presentation, where we kind of started thinking, when we finished the piece, and well, I created the work, and Sanjay and I are still talking, and these are some of the questions that we have, that sort of emerged from our conversations and from the work itself. So, can this simulated world be considered as real as reality, like I said in the beginning? And what would it like to be conscious AI, and could AI-generated art answer this question? So could this sort of AI-generated art be a window into the souls, much in a way that, art is a window into the soul of, even like the collective of humanity? How should we treat sentient AI, and how might this affect the way we treat other humans? So again, going back to Sanjay's question, so how do we incorporate this in future thinking about sentience and AI? And so today we also have the experience in the back, so at the very entrance. And I would like to invite you to experience it as well. And we have we've also printed out some of the AI kind of text and sculptures if you want to take something home or just have a read. That's us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina and Sanjay. Next, I'd like to invite Dr. Mike Cook from Informatics at KCL, up to talk to us about the Pokemon model for creative AI.
Thanks so much. Thank you. Hey, everyone. The coffee's kicked in. I'm shaking horribly. How do I advance the slides? I hadn't really thought about that. Click. Fantastic. Excellent. Oh, no, it's okay. Bless you. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's all we need. Only 15 minutes. So, Hey everyone, thanks so much for having me here today. I've only joined King's recently, so this was a nice chance to sort of see lots of new faces and learn and talk a bit about kind of what I do as well. I'm a senior lecturer in the informatics department where I work in two fields, computational creativity, which is interested in building AI that can be independently creative, like what does that mean, how do we get that socially accepted or understood? And I also work in game AI, so I work in a field called automated game design, where we look at building AI that can model the process of designing games to support other people, but also obviously to make games on their own. And this kind of loops back to my own practice as a game designer, and that loops back into the research, which I'll mention just briefly. I'm not going to dive too deep into this today because what I want to talk to you more is about kind of recent philosophy, and I know that we have people from all different fields, so you probably don't want to see a bunch of LaTeX excerpts anyway. But I thought I'd start just by showing you some of the variety of things that I've got up to over the years. So this, for instance, is an arcade cabinet where a game is being installed that was designed by an AI that I made. This was exhibited in a gallery in New York. In the top right, there's some weird kind of generative 3D shaders that were being evaluated with machine vision. So I've done lots of weird stuff, and one of the things that I feel really grateful for is that I've been able to interact with the public a lot. So some of the research has been covered by games magazines, and I've got to talk to game designers about what this process means to them and what their fears for the future were. And this was a decade ago before the future was here. So automated game design is a relatively small area of AI, even of game AI, but it's becoming more and more relevant recently as game studios are seriously thinking about what AI means for their future. And I've worked on a number of systems over the last 10 years. The best known one is Angelina, which did things like enter a game jam. So it was the first AI to enter a game jam alongside other human beings. So it entered a game creation competition, 48 hours to make a game. It made a very weird thing, but people kind of liked it, and we did some interesting studies about people's perception of AI. Because one of the interesting things was, at the time, creative people in fields like music or art did not like AI creations, but all the game designers were really keen on this. They loved Angelina. We proved that they were actually biased towards Angelina, which was kind of wild. So what does automated game design consist of? So one of the reasons why I love working in this field is that it's a combination of very technical, objective problems and subjective, weird problems. So one of the problems is kind of how do we represent a game? What does a game mean if we try and describe it to a computer? There are some games that we can't describe easily to people. Think about party games. They often don't really have concrete rules. This is one way you might describe something like noughts and crosses. It's a very basic kind of pseudocode outline. And we'll often give a system like Angelina a language like this to talk about, to describe games with. And then there's this question of, well, how do we evaluate games? You know, games are really complicated. Everyone has a different favorite game. There's lots of different reasons we play games. One technique that we use is we get AI players to play them. So we get like a really good player and a really bad player, and we play them against each other on this game that we've just come up with. And we say, okay, well, if this game is balanced, we would expect the good player to beat the weaker player. That would mean it was a good game. But if any of you have kids, for example, or you've got nieces or nephews, or you've played with kids, you'll know that you don't always want the best player to win. Sometimes you want a weaker player to win. Or if you've played a drinking game before, you often know that skill is not necessarily a requirement for games. In fact, it's funnier if it's not often. So even here, there's no right answer. So lots of this research is highly subjective, and it requires a very open mind when we're considering research questions. And on the other side of game design is all of the cultural and subjective issues, what it means to theme a game, what the message of a game could be. So this was a system I made called A Rogue Dream, and it was a prototype. But what it did was it did something which Tony Veal calls Google milking. So it provided partial questions to Google and then saw what the completion was. So when you played this game, you could say, I want to play as a cat. And it would say, okay, what do cats hate? So it would say, why do cats hate, and then leave it blank, and see what Google filled it in with. Cats hate water, so the enemies are water droplets. And they like grass, so the health packs became grass. If you want to be a kid, the enemies are schools that chase you around, because kids hate school. And the health packs are bogeys, because kids eat them, according to Google. So this project got shelved and cancelled very, very fast because I discovered that Google doesn't just know things that are accurate, it also knows things that are offensive and wrong and all sorts of other stuff. But it was still an interesting kind of experiment in how we get knowledge to a system. And over time, I kind of adapted what that meant. So over time, Angelina changed to, this was a system that we exhibited at an expo. So there were, in London, people kind of coming to see the latest games. And they could watch Angelina make games and then answer questions. So this was kind of my answer of like, well, how do I get knowledge into this system in a way that's sort of a bit safer? Because I noticed that people really respected Angelina. They didn't want to lie to it. They didn't want to mislead it. They wanted to tell it the truth. And so this was the beginning of a move into more personal territory. And I just included this slide briefly because I wanted to show about some games that I make. So I make games in my spare time, and I'm sure many of you find yourselves at an intersection of many fields and disciplines, and whatever job title you have today, it doesn't really describe everything that you do. So a lot of this work I do in my spare time feeds back into my research, and the research feeds back into the game development, and that's really important to me. So the reason I've come onto this is because I'm in a very fortunate position for the last few years where I've had a fellowship, which has meant that I was able to get this lovely permanent job at King's, and I had a chance to think about kind of the last 10 years of my career and what that meant, and I started supervising students, one of whom is here today. This is Florence in the back row here. And all of this stuff allowed me to kind of pause and think, what exactly do I want my research, what direction do I want it to go in? Like, what am I actually here for? And one of the answers that I kind of ended up working with is what I want to briefly talk to you about today. So in the world, we face a lot of large problems, not unlike giant stompy monsters destroying cities. And when we see these problems, lots of the time our answer is to seek technological solutions to them. So sometimes those problems are climate change, but sometimes it's just things like how do we make people more creative, or how do we get interesting music for people to recommend every day. So there are lots of problems, and a lot of the solutions to these problems in today's world is to build equally big and scary systems to kind of challenge them. So this is what I call the giant mecha model of AI. So in lots of these cartoons, we build these huge stompy robots to fight the aliens. And actually there's some interesting contrast between these two systems. So something like ChatGPT and a giant 250-foot tall robot, they're both very expensive. They cause kind of a lot of collateral damage without it being kind of clear what it is. Most people don't know anything about how it works, despite it affecting their lives very importantly. And we're kind of just hoping that whoever's in charge of this thing is going to use it for good, because if they turned it against us, we would be absolutely powerless. Now, obviously, the analogy isn't perfect because ChatGPT can write really funny poems, and I haven't seen a lot of Gundam movies, but I don't think they can. What I wanted to talk to you about today is what an alternative model to this might look like. And that's not because I don't think there's any validity in this approach at all, but because I think it's important to not allow us to be tunnel visioned on one way of building AI systems. So obviously I've already spoiled what the alternative looks like for you. The alternative looks like this. It looks like Pikachu. And I should stress that even though I've committed myself to talking about Pokemon for at least the next 5 to 10 years, I don't actually know a lot about Pokemon. This is my PhD students having an effect on my cultural knowledge. But I know enough to make this analogy for you. And I want to talk to you about Puck a little bit. So this is my new system. It's the successor to Angelina. And it's individually downloadable. So anyone can have a version of it. It lives on their PC or computer. And it slowly develops an understanding of game design, produces games, and you develop a sort of relationship of sorts with it. So why are they like Pokemon? Well, Pokemon are kind of friendly and cute, and they have a personal connection to the person that works with them or owns them. I don't really know what verb to use, Florence. Maybe you can guide me later. So when I think about technology today, a lot of our technology is personalized, but it doesn't actually know anything about us. It has no personal connection to us. It's not trying to find things to recommend to us. It's trying to drag us into categories that it has already designed. So when I was building something like Puck, what I wanted to develop was the kind of relationship I had to software in the 90s, where you kind of completely understood and owned this thing that lived on your computer, and you projected a lot onto it. I really wanted one of these desktop pets when I was a kid, but you had to like mail a check somewhere, and that was too complicated. But this was kind of the vibe that I wanted to go for instead. Not something that is kind of unknowable, but something that's personal and relatable. And even though in the Pokemon kind of movies and cartoons, they go on like these big grand adventures, most people in the Pokemon universe, their relationship with these creatures is just like pets. They're like everyday animals that help them with their lives. And that's kind of the angle that I wanted to go with my software too. Like what is the future of creative software? It's something that helps us in the day-to-day. And I was very grateful to some of the reviewers for some of my papers who pointed me onto the slow technology movement, which is really interested in building systems that live with us in our daily lives over long periods of time. And it's a very different way of thinking about technology and engaging with it. And I'd not come across it before, but I found it really compelling. Pokemon are small scale, and they don't require much to run. You just give them a snack every now and again. As you can see, this GIF animates in the full talk. It's very cute. And this is a real issue because we're building larger and larger systems. And there's lots of assumptions being made about how people are going to access this. You know, maybe they're going to access it through the cloud, or they're going to have minified versions of the models on their machines or something. But there are lots of countries around the world where less than half the people in that country have regular usage of the internet. Not everyone has access or ownership of a computer with a graphics card in. There are lots of implications for that William Gibson quote of the future not being evenly distributed, and we're kind of assuming that we're just going to deal with the cutting edge all the time. So Puck is designed to run on the slowest, rubbishiest software you have. And if you have a worse computer, it just runs slower. And it's designed to be slow. It doesn't matter. It's designed to take weeks to make a game. You don't have it so that it can make you a new game every day. You have it so that you can have this little creative pocket monster on your desktop. And Pokemon are also kind of well-behaved in general, and they're self-contained. The Pokeball is sort of a distressing concept, but it was a nice analogy for what I wanted to convey here, which is that lots of people have things in their house that they don't really know what they do. They don't know where the knowledge comes from. They don't know how it does the things that it did. You know, if you go back 50, 60, 70 years, there was a good chance that a lot of people understood how their car worked and could repair it. Nowadays, if you take a car even into a mechanic, there's a good chance they may not understand how to repair that specific car. You may need to go to a specialist to get it dealt with. And that has implications for how people perceive their car, in the same way that this has implications for how people perceive their technology. Those of you who are old enough to remember technology in the 1990s, you had to know a lot of acronyms and configure a lot of things just to get a video game running, and you might delete your entire operating system in the process. And I'm not saying that was better, it was different. But when people ask Alexa a question, they don't know where the answer comes from, they don't know who authorized it, they don't know if it's true, they can't ask any of these questions, and I want to develop a different relationship. I want this to be more like a system that you own. So Puck is entirely open. You can see every file it creates, you can edit it, you can customize it, you can break it. Because I think it should be like that. I think technology should be breakable and hackable, as long as you can fix it again at the end. So I didn't get a chance to talk in depth about what Puck does right now, but I wanted to convey today the kind of philosophy that I've taken to build this thing. I want to build technology that has a different relationship with the people that use it. Now, a lot of corporations and big private labs, they like this giant mecha model, and there's lots of reasons why they like it. It benefits you if you have a lot of capital. It's good if you want to corner a market. It's good if you want big headline-grabbing stories and things like that. So this model is lasting. This model's here to stay. I don't need to worry about whether this is going to go away or not. But what I'm interested in is about people's capacity to ask for things, right? How does the public ask for a different future? Well, the only way they can ask for a different future is if first that they can imagine it. So we need to give people alternative ideas of what the future of creativity might be in order for them to request, yes, actually, I would much rather that AI worked like this. And so that's what I'm trying to do with my work on Puck, is to show people an alternative future and how they might change their lives through it. So if you want to see more from me, you can email me or contact me anytime. I'm on Twitter as well, and that's my stuff. And these are my wonderful students who are working on equally exciting and interesting things about reimagining the future of AI, especially related to play. Amy's an artist as well, and is really interested in the art side of things, so I know lots of you are involved in that. She's working with Midjourney. But yeah, follow all of these wonderful students. Florence is here, but unfortunately we can't stay, but we'll be back around King's all the time. And I think I should stop for time, so thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for keeping to time. It's very impressive. Thank you so much, Mike. Can I ask Neil Jakeman and Jose Miguel Monteiro Vieira to come up? Hello? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Neil, you're going to talk to us about From Once Upon a Time to Happily Ever After via AI. And I should also mention that you're from the Digital Lab at KCL.
That's great. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. As was mentioned, my presentation is called Once Upon a Time, A Generative Journey Through Fairyland. A subtitle here could be, don't think of your title before you've finished the project, because it turned out to be quite an ambitious thing to attempt. I'll just get through a couple of slides so you don't need to know who I am or Miguel's name. So the headline challenge here was we wanted to explore the extent to which a low-cost AI toolset can be configured to independently produce an original illustrated story. So basically we wanted to daisy chain the outputs of a couple of AI approaches. So a generative text approach and an image creation approach, and just create a feedback loop between the two of them, so that we could essentially press a button and get an original story. Why did we want to do that? Well, obviously, firstly, it's just a bit of it's a playful experiment for us. We don't get to play with these tools as much as we might like. Secondly, you know, it's a way of confronting people's concerns about what these technologies are capable of or not yet capable of. And thirdly, I think it was interesting because we'll write a blog about this, we'll tweet about it, and it'll be something that hopefully makes its way, makes a small drop in the ocean to people's understanding of how these technologies work, because I think the discussions that we're having this afternoon tend to take place in these kind of quite rarefied environments. And maybe there'll be an opportunity for when these important societal discussions happen, there'll be a slightly better informed public to think about how these things work. That was our headline challenge. The sub-challenges I've categorized as the sort of things that make up a compelling story or an interesting or convincing story. I broke down into a few challenges. So firstly, thinking of the ensuring visual consistency between the images that you create in your illustrations. And so, I mean, if you were sitting there reading the Gruffalo to your kid, really enjoying the cartoony graphics, and suddenly we get the Gruffalo interpreted by Goya. That's quite a jarring thing, and it's going to change the mood of your storytelling session quite significantly. Stylistic continuity in the text. Okay, when we started this project, ChatGPT wasn't anywhere to be seen, and we were using quite an old generative text package model. I couldn't resist throwing in an example here. I asked ChatGPT to reinterpret the intro to Harry Potter according to Irvine Welsh. I won't attempt a Scottish accent at this moment, and I'll leave you to read this, but I'll point you out to the last sentence there. They treat him like shite, but Harry's used to it. How do we encourage dramatic twists and turns? Okay, this is, you know, far more of a challenge, really. We can things like ChatGPT, just through the volume of training and the type of training, can emulate styles quite convincingly. But what are dramatic twists and turns? But, you know, what are the character development arcs? There are obstacles to overcome. And we chose fairy tales as our kind of, that's what we'll do, fairy tales. And fairy tales often have a sort of a moral outcome. You know, how do you get an AI to suggest a kind of a moral story or a moralizing output? And then the more sort of pragmatic concerns about how do we replicate that work. Oh. Okay, so coming firstly to that question of visual consistency. So we're using Stable Diffusion 2 in this notebook, which actually at the end of this presentation you'll see the link to the GitHub that we've got. So if you want to try this, if you've got the hardware, you can just download that our notebook and use it locally. But I think there's two more problems here about this visual consistency question. First, you've got this question of stylistic consistency. So I will, you know, use the analogy of the Gruffalo again. So that this is a Gruffalo interpreted by Warhol. I'm not sure if I agree with. I'm not sure if you'd identify that as a Warhol. This is a Gruffalo as a woodcut by Eric Ravilius. And my favourite one is a photograph of the Gruffalo by Henri Cartier-Bresson, which I think is great. That's a poster right there. So, you know, we can deal with that very simply by adding sort of a consistent stylistic prompt, a suffix to each thing that we give to Stable Diffusion. But then there's the kind of representational consistency between images. So how do our main characters stay recognizable? Okay, and you probably know that in Stable Diffusion, you can train things called embeddings. And of course, like the narcissist I am, the first thing I did when I started playing with this tool was train it to recognize my own face, which is a kind of humbling and sobering thing to do when AI kind of distills the essence of what it thinks you are. These are sort of training points throughout over about 20,000 iterations, I think, run over about 30 different crops of my face. So the training basically tries to replicate what it sees as those essential features that are me, and then kind of rates its output. I think they are recognizably me. They're not how I see myself in the mirror. But we don't tend to use these embeddings in isolation. What tends to happen normally is that you generate an image or you receive an image, and you might do a sort of in-painting technique, so you can repopulate part of that image with what you want. So using that training. Hello. Okay, so this is the same model. This is me, variously as a dark wizard, as an elf, a kind of steampunk, a kind of young James Dean character. There's old me, and then just for good measure, I included a couple of pictures of everyone's favourite Prime Minister from last year, also inhabiting a character. I keep losing my mouse. Here we are. Okay, writing style consistency. As I said, ChatGPT was just a twinkle in OpenAI's eye when we started this exercise, and of course, I think again for a team like us who don't get a chance as much as we'd like to play with these technologies, it's very challenging to keep something relevant. You start, you do it, and you're trying to fit it into sort of 10% of your work week, and then by the time you've finished, it's completely obsolete. Writing style consistency, as we've already said, ChatGPT doesn't seem to pose any problems for ChatGPT to maintain a style, but also it's really impressive at maintaining a narrative, a cohesive narrative over many, many paragraphs. We were using previous generation models, which need to be fine-tuned. We were using an open source model called GPT-Neo, and even then we were using one of the weakest models simply because we didn't have the processing power to train one of the newer available models. And we went to Gutenberg project, and we used about 100,000 words of Brothers Grimm fairy tales. Excuse me. Adding drama, okay? Again, ChatGPT. You can say to ChatGPT, make this a visually engaging story, make it give me an obstacle in the middle, and it will do all those things very convincingly. For us, GPT-Neo 1.3b, it's not trained to respond to a request. It's trained to complete a prompt. We're comparing apples and oranges, or oranges and onions, whatever the expression is. And so the responses that we get often degenerate quickly into nonsense. So as an example here, so I gave it this prompt: a peasant boy wanted to win the heart of a princess, ... Off you go. So it's very important to give it that kind of, you kind of match the vernacular to the vernacular that you've trained the model on. So I thought that sounded appropriately Grimm's Brotherish. Now, okay, I don't expect you to read all that, but what I will tell you is that it quickly gets pretty nuts. There's characters turn up all over the place. Princes arrive, multiple princes arrive. They've got multiple wives, multiple children. Some of the wives are married to others' children. It gets incredibly incestuous. towards the end, I cut things off when the 5th prints arrived. And also things start to get pretty repetitive as well, because it's, even though you can have these, you can tweak some statistical approaches to sampling, it's kind of deterministic in its output, if something could be kind of deterministic. The next thing we were thinking of is summarizing the text. Okay, so if we're lucky enough to get a nice, pleasing paragraph out of our generative text model, we can't just throw that straight into Stable Diffusion. We'll get even more nonsense. So it was we were trying to think of ways that we could extract what would make a good prompt. Again, I don't think we used an off-the-shelf solution to that. We just simply used another model on Hugging Face, which was the BART large CNN model. Interestingly, this model is also trained on Daily Mail content as well. So if you give it a very sort of fairy tale beginning, like there was a prince who lived in a magical land, not only the summary you'll get back is often longer than the sentence you put in, and it will say, and the prince moved to America and lives with his 2 children there, where everything's rosy. That kind of Daily Mail interpretation. And then citing and reproducing this work. Again, 2 angles to think about this. There's the very sort of straightforward generative metadata that we use to create the images. So if I give you, these parameters, either for the image or for the text, you should get the same results out. Okay, you should be able to get the same thing every time. But what is harder to document is what is the subjective paradata that we've used in the process. What creative interventions were made, by whom, why. So take this model. This is a Stable Diffusion model. Protogen photoreal, which is kind of trained to be a bit like the Midjourney model. And on the left there, you have everything you need to get exactly that image. Things you might not have thought were important, like the aspect ratio, or ration, as I've written there for some reason. You will get that picture. It's interesting, look at the prompt. It's quite lengthy. It doesn't say, show someone doing this in this place. There's just a lot of stylistic suggestions. But what's really interesting to me is that just as long, and possibly longer, is the things to avoid. These are the negative prompts, bad art, too many fingers, long neck, poorly drawn, all this stuff. So that goes in there as well. So the same image, but with the face subtly changed, obviously. How many times did I modify the prompt to get what I wanted there? I'll tell you, it was 4 times. Which options did I discard? Every option that I threw out was another seed, another setting, another load of results. Why did I discard? Well, basically, I was waiting for myself to look as handsome as possible in this image. I'll leave it up to you to decide whether I succeeded. And then, of course, I inpainted this result. So what was shape was the mask that I used? What was the latent image seed or the latent noise seed that I used? So it's just a kind of spreading network of decisions and partly subjective decisions and partly generative decisions. Okay, so on to the actual thing then. These are I'm calling nearly unsupervised results, and this is what we did. First, we matched the story prompt to the vernacular of the training content. We leave an opening at the end of the prompt for completion, rather than the kind of ChatGPT style of request response. The parameters I set here, top K and top P parameters, those are different sampling methods which try to variously keep the text generator on task, but also try to stop it just getting into a repeating loop as well. Okay, you press go, you cross your fingers, and you hope that you're going to get something good out. And the only kind of main human intervention, other than writing the prompt in the first place, is that we just simply split out the output into paragraphs, and those paragraphs we could then feed into Stable Diffusion. And to keep that visual consistency, we specified that the Stable Diffusion should try to emulate the style of Arthur Rackham, who is an illustrator. Okay, again, there's 1 minute. Oh God. Well, okay, no one's going to read this, so you can look at it. Again, it degenerated quickly into nonsense. The illustrations are kind of satisfying to look at. Characters appear and disappear. There's some odd interpretations. I should point out that the prompts I used was there was something along the lines. There was a clockwork man who longed to become human, which seemed like a kind of fitting a fitting prompt for the subject today. So hopefully these presentations will be available for you to sort of look at your leisure. And if you want to have a go with the model yourself, you can find it there. It's actually, there's a slight amendment to this URL where we've got workshop. I think it's been replaced with symposium now for that GitHub. So even though I'm running out of time, I thought we needed to have an honourable mention for ChatGPT, and just show what a kind of, I guess, a couple of our speakers have alluded to about using this more as a tool, a collaborative tool between the human and the computer, and what might be the output if you allow yourself to intervene in the process a bit more.
Once upon a time, in a magical land filled with towering castles and deep, dark forests, there lived a machine. This machine was like no other in the land, for it had been built with a special purpose, to learn and to grow, just like a human. The machine was made of gleaming metal and had gears and wheels for joints. Its eyes were bright and shining, and it had a voice like a bell. The machine was proud of its human-like form and longed to experience the world in the same way as the humans did. One day, the machine set out on a journey to find a way to become truly human. It walked through the forest, passing by ancient trees and sparkling streams. As it walked, it observed the animals and insects and tried to understand their movements and sounds. The machine's journey led it to the foot of a great mountain, where it met an old sorcerer. The sorcerer listened to the machine's story and told it that in order to become human, it must complete a task. The task was to bring the sorcerer a rare and beautiful flower that only bloomed at the top of the mountain. The machine set out to climb the mountain, eager to complete its task. The climb was treacherous, with steep cliffs and rocky paths, but the machine persevered. As it reached the summit, it saw the flower, its petals a rich, deep red. As the machine plucked the flower, it felt a strange sensation. It looked down at its metal body and saw that it was beginning to change. The gears and wheels that made up its joints began to soften, and its metal skin turned a warm, golden brown. With the flower in its hand, the machine returned to the sorcerer. The sorcerer took the flower, and with a wave of his wand, the machine was transformed into a human. The newly human machine was overjoyed. It felt the warmth of the sun on its skin and breathed in the fresh mountain air. It looked at its own hands, marveling at the softness of its flesh and the flexibility of its fingers. The machine, now human, returned to its home and lived happily ever after, experiencing all of the joys and sorrows that life had to offer and cherishing each moment.
Thank you, Neil. So we have 5 minutes for questions, and then, okay, 10 minutes, and then we'll take a little energizing break and come to our last session. I know it's the end of the day. Alistair.
Thank you.
Yeah, I enjoyed all of the presentations. It was a great panel, but I'm going to ask Sanjay and Christina a question. Because you guys are dealing with the biggest problem, I feel like you need a big question. So this kind of controversial question of machine consciousness or sentience, right? I really liked the work, and I kind of read it through the prism of this classic Mary the Scientist thought experiment, right? So for the people in the room, because we're interdisciplinary, the Mary the Scientist thought experiment goes that there's a scientist called Mary in a lab, and in the lab, everything is black and white, but she's given all the factual data in the world that you can know that, about the color, say, green, right? She knows every propositional fact about the color green, but she's never seen the color green. And then she leaves the lab, and she sees the color green for the first time. Does she learn anything new, right? It's like one of the most classic thought experiments in the philosophy of mind. And obviously, it has a big influence on the work, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but the question I have is, with the work, what did you learn? Or which side of the debate did you come down on after producing the work? Or do you feel like you learned something new or produced a new finding in addition to the kind of basic premise of that thought experiment, or somewhere you went further?
Okay, so...
I have a microphone. Oh, you have a microphone. Cool.
Is this working? How about this? Oh, is that okay? Yeah. Yeah, you're right to say it's inspired by Mary the Colour Scientist, but it's inspired by Mary the Colour Scientist via Ex Machina, because actually Ex Machina at root is about Mary the Colour Scientist, because the robot in Ex Machina, no spoiler alerts, I promise, but just, I mean, the robot is fed all the data, but realizes that there's something missing, which is the subjective first, but sort of experience. And you asked where I come down the side. I mean, I'm still what one might call a physicalist about consciousness. So I don't think that Mary the Colour Scientist definitively shows that consciousness is something that's non-physical, but rather that what Mary experiences after she leaves the black and white room is just a different way of accessing the same information, a more transparent, immediate way of accessing. So it's not that there's any new information gained when she leaves the room. It's just that the same information that she had when she was in the room, all the physical facts about the color green, that information is accessed in a different way. It's accessed more immediately, more transparently. So that's where I come down on the side of it. I don't know whether, I mean, I guess I'm not sure whether any of these questions are necessarily answered by the Wanderer, but there are a number of these kinds of questions that Wanderer invites us to explore, including some of the ethical implications of consciousness. But there's sort of topics that kind of hinge off the Wanderer, it's like an intuition pump in a way. It's how
you didn't feel like your position changed at all during the production?
I think for me, so today, just to bring it back to what Elena said in the previous presentation, when she said, well, facts don't make people change their minds, it's stories. So I think at the end of this project, at least for me, so Wanderer tells me more about myself and tells us more about us as humans, rather than telling us what AI consciousness might mean. So it's really about just piggybacking off of Wanderer's experiences in within that game, and just thinking of how much do I really want to help Wanderer to achieve this goal? Like, how much do we actually want to, how many cycles would a person take in order to help Wanderer achieve get more experiences? So it's really more a question of how much do we want to help this AI achieve consciousness, or do we want to sabotage it in a way? So it's more about us than it is about it or her in this sense.
Thank you.
Maybe I can also just bring Mike into this as a follow-up. Maybe it's interesting to hear from both of you guys about the audience interaction with these experiences. You've talked a lot about the player and the models that you've made, but are you actually tracking how many wandering experiences people are doing?
I don't know. Do you want to? So, in computational creativity, we focus a lot on what we call the observer or the audience. So, for us, a lot of these issues are solely located in the people that perceive the work. And with Puck, it's really important that that users don't feel like we're tracking them. That's really important. So, I actually am very transparent about what data we're collecting. But we do record lots of information so that Puck can actually respond to it later. That's actually quite important. So we record what games people like to play, or they can leave kind of notes for Puck and tell Puck, like, I think this game was promising. I think you should explore this more. And that's part of important to build the relationship. But it's not because I think that makes Puck more creative necessarily. I think it's because it builds a bond between Puck and the person using it, or the audience, or the player, or anything like that. And that's why I really like that comment that the Wanderer almost tells us more about us as humans than about AI consciousness, because I feel like a lot of my work is about helping us understand what we value about human creativity, even though we do it through building AI. So I thought that was really interesting to link there.
And actually very similar to Mike's, just like not wanting to track people. So the Wanderer is not tracking how many sessions people do per visit. It's really about so my way of like knowing how many cycles what people do is really through conversations. So like the idea is that maybe going further down the line, there is a questionnaire that people might want to fill out, but it's strictly on a voluntary basis. So. Again, I think it's very important to kind of have that personal as well, like face-to-face, feedback of people and how, what they felt about, experiencing the work. And so there's no tracking involved in the back end. It's more about, just getting the first, impressions of people, either IRL or maybe via questionnaire further down the line, but there's nothing in the back end, no.
Is there time for me to ask a question? Would that be okay? I wanted to ask you actually about ChatGPT and kind of how it's affected you. So in my field, some people were really interested in getting AI to play StarCraft, and then one day they woke up and DeepMind had just played StarCraft. And it didn't stop them from doing their research, but obviously you must feel like you're in the eye of the storm. I wondered whether, has it affected what you're going to be doing in the future, or are you going to use ChatGPT, or are you planning to move away from it, or I don't know?
Well, I think the project that we've just talked about was very much a one-shot thing, really, and it was partly just in response to the call for this afternoon. But yes, it's interesting that, as I was saying, about how difficult it is to embark on something when you have limited time. In our particular setting, how difficult it is to embark on something and hope that by the time you've had the time to finish it, that it will still be relevant. I think also, what we are trying to do a lot more. We've instituted what we call a digital creativity research theme at the lab, which is supposed to give us a bit more agency in the kind of things that we get involved in, rather than responding to digital humanities research questions, or traditional digital humanities research questions, which is what we normally get involved with. But I think also at the heart of that digital creativity thrust, or that movement for us, is always looking at the bleeding edge, and then trying to think, how can we help people do this in their living rooms? Because anyone who in this room will see that's not a particularly complex implementation, but it's for most practitioners, artistic practitioners, I think these tools are still a dark art, and they need to understand how to use them. They don't understand the level of resources that they need, So there will always be, for us in the lab anyway, a kind of an interest in trying to use maybe the last generation of things because they can be available and because you can democratize the tools that you create more easily.
Really support that. That's great. That's cool.
Thank you. Thank you for bearing with us until this last panel. I am sorry to say that Dr. Jonathan Gray will not be joining us for this last session. It was announced on the program, but he couldn't be here with us today. However, we have two very interesting presentations. So we first up have Professor Luca Vigano. Am I pronouncing this, mispronouncing this name, surely? A little bit. How am I? Vigano, okay. Professor of Informatics, I think also Vice Dean Enterprise and Engagement, is that correct at King's? And Head of Cybersecurity Group, all the titles. Thank you. Professor is going to talk about how artworks stimulate discussion around AI.
Thank you very, very much. I'm actually here with none of these hats on. I'm here because I'm a playwright and a screenplay writer, in addition to being a computer scientist. And I want to tell you a little bit about my experience in writing about AI, which was a first for me. And then I'll show a few minutes of a movie that we made a couple of years ago, well, a year ago, actually. So I'm a computer scientist, but I've been a playwright longer than I've been a computer scientist. And I've also written a number of other things in my life earlier on. And a couple of years ago, I was at an event, and I met up with an editor of a magazine who told me, we are putting together a special issue of our magazine about AI. Would you be happy to write a short story about it? And I thought, and I said, well, it's been 30-something years since I wrote my last short story. I've written only dialogue and plays since then, but why not? Let me try. So I wrote a short story, and I was thinking, you know, what should I write about? It's actually quite difficult because there is a lot of fiction about AI, starting with Philip Dick, probably the greatest AI writer that is out there, and of course Blade Runner and all the other movies that have been inspired by his works. And then I thought, well, okay, if you open up the news, you read AI is going to steal our jobs. So I thought, okay, that might be a future, might steal, ChatGPT might steal my job as an academic. We already see it can get degrees. Might steal your jobs and my job as an artist. It can write fairy tales, although I would contend that probably there is still a little bit to do from a narrative point of view, but Neil's talk was fascinating. And so I thought, okay, if that is the future, let's not think about me, about us, stealing our jobs, but actually let's think about what it would happen if it prevented us from being able to do a job in the first place. So let's think about the future generations. And so I wrote a short story called When You Grow Up, which is the story of a little girl who is living in a world in which certain jobs are forbidden to people because they're only allowed to be carried out by AIs. And in particular, this little girl wants to become a pilot. She wants to fly planes, which obviously is a very dangerous job, not necessarily for the pilot, but mainly for the travelers on the plane or on the train or whatever is being piloted. And therefore, some law must have been passed that says that only AIs are allowed to fly planes. But still, as a little girl or as a little boy, it doesn't matter really much the gender in this case, you might want to do that job. So what do you do? Well, you try to learn how to pass as an AI. And then I thought, okay, how can I make this credible? Obviously, we're entering into Turing test and reverse Turing test or inverse Turing test area. And I thought, how can I make this credible? How can I tell a story that is convincing? Obviously, again, Philip Dick, Turing test in Blade Runner as an unarrivable and unachievable example. But then I thought, okay, if this law has been passed, and I decided, let's call it the Labor Ban Act, where some jobs are banned for humans, we must be in a world in which humans and AI are not really distinguishable. Because otherwise, you enter in discrimination territory. And again, Blade Runner, in the back of my mind, obviously, I mean, good writers are only thieves. And I decided to be inspired as much as I could by the idea that there must be a world in which humans and AI are not really distinguishable. And there are good reasons for that. Because think about the point of view of an AI who is sentient and is interacting in a world with humans and other AIs. Well, they would not want to be discriminated. So at some point, in addition to the Labor Ban Act, probably some other laws have been passed that forbid tests on humans and on AIs to find out which is which. Obviously, you could do a genome test. Obviously, you are entering in a territory where you're imagining that AIs have been built in the image of humans, which is actually very presumptuous of us, if you look at it from a narrative point of view. I mean, many writers have investigated the fact that actually AIs could and should, like extraterrestrial beings, be completely different from humans. But okay, I mean, I didn't have time to explore all of that, so I was trying to write a short story. So I wrote the short story in a universe in which these laws have been passed. So the only way to get a pilot license is to pass an interview. And this interview is conducted by certain AIs who are not allowed to test your blood or your saliva or anything else, or your genome, but ask you questions and then decide whether you're allowed to become a pilot or not. Obviously, I made it a bit more dramatic. I've never written comedy. I've never been able to write comedy in my life, so it's a tragedy when you'll see the film is 22 minutes long, so we don't have the time to show it. But I wrote the short story, I gave it to the magazine, and they told me, oh, but this is gloomy, this is dark. We wanted something uplifting. And I said, sorry, I mean, I can't really think of anything really uplifting around AI. So they said, okay, maybe we'll think about it. And so a few months passed. And then I met this gentleman over there in the second row, Ali Hosseini, who is a Renaissance man doing huge amount of things, including being a visitor at the Department of Engineering, but he is a producer, an artist, a curator, a scientist, and a lot of other things. And this nice gentleman who will speak next, had the crazy idea to say, well, why don't we film it as a movie rather than as a short story? So we started working on it. We cut quite a lot from the short story, and every time I was bleeding a little bit more, but actually, in the end, we ended up with a film that I believe captures the essence of the story that I wanted to tell magnificently. And as I said, we don't have the time to see everything. I'll just have butchered Ali's film and reduced it to 5 minutes, more or less, which should, however, give you an idea of what the story is about. If you want to see the full film, you can either go to the webpage of the National Gallery X, and in particular the AI subpage of the National Gallery X, which was one of the producers, along with the RUSI Journal and along with the TUS Hub, so the Trustworthy Autonomous Systems Hub that we have here at King's. They chipped in a little bit of money, which made it possible for Ali to actually hire two great actresses who played the two main roles. We actually debated very long whether the AI should be male or female, and we ended up with a fantastic actress portraying the AI. But what you will see is mainly the girl who has now grown up and is preparing for the interview, because the main story is, well, how does a human imitate an AI? So perhaps we can see a few minutes, and then I'll say a couple of words at the end, and then, of course, we'll have time for questions. By the way, this is the girl, but who is speaking is the AI.
Was invented to protect everyone. That's my job. I interview the applicants to decide their future. There are many interviewers, but we work alone. Each of us is perfectly capable of making a decision. Each of us is judge, jury, and hangman. I love the sparkle on their face when they come through the door. There is this mix of trepidation, angst, and hope. For most of them, the hope quickly disappears. That's my job. Separate the hopeful from the hopeless. It used to be much easier. When I started, you could weed out 99.9% thanks to sweat. But then they upgraded us to blend in. Sweating, smiling, frowning, crying. Just to blend in. To make my job more difficult. And more fun. One last question. What did you want to be when you grew up? Me, when I was a child. You, when you were a child. A pilot. I wanted to be a pilot. That's why I'm here. Why? Why not? Why? What did you want to be when you grew up? I am the one asking questions. I don't believe this is what you really wanted to be. Don't test my patience. Tell me then. Tell me. You don't remember? Of course I do. Maybe you didn't know what you wanted to be. I knew all along. I'm listening.
seconds to impact. And we end with a cliffhanger because obviously the plane is crashing. And I urge you to watch the whole movie, perfect timing. The movie is actually called The First, because as we explored my short story together with Ali, we realized that actually the gist of the movie, the idea, the soul of the movie was the story of two firsts. The first human who passes as an AI, and the first machine, the first AI that lets itself be tricked by imagination, by creativity, and starts thinking about something else, and therefore perhaps also accepts a human as an AI.
Thank you very much. So we want to welcome Dr. Ali Hosseini, who's a visiting senior research fellow in the engineering department, and as many other hats that he wears, and also National Gallery X. Please.
Thanks very much, Daniel, and that was nice to see that, Luca, too. I'm here not as a film director or artist right now, but as a biologist. And the topic of my discussion today is creative evolution. In other words, can machines rule the world? Now, this is a question which we have encountered in many different contexts. The context I encountered it was particularly important because I was in the Department of Informatics before engineering, and somebody from the Royal United Service Institute, which is right down the street on Whitehall, it's a security think tank, a military think tank, and they asked us, I was a fellow there too, what we thought the greatest threats to humanity were. And I said, after ecological disaster, maybe it's superintelligence or artificial intelligence or machine dominance. I am going to make a bunch of assertions. They're really questions more than assertions, but for brevity and punch, I'll assert them. There are going to be a number of paradigm shifts here, some of which are probably not particularly popular in the academic world today. The good thing about having the military support my work for a few years is the military takes every attack surface seriously, and they will allow you to explore avenues of thought which are unusual or creative, which was a surprise to me. So the question about machines taking over the world, or just superintelligence, or becoming intelligent at all, we saw one creative exploration that Luca instigated and then I explored with him is we want to go from rulers, which is all a computer really is. Here's a very early computer, the ancestor of our computers, to rulers. Anyway, there's my pun. Where did all this start? I think we've heard Ray Kurzweil and Nick Bostrom talk about this, but it is I.J. Good who really predicted this intelligence explosion. And you may or may not be familiar with this quote. It's easy to find. It was 1963, quite prescient. But I've highlighted two terms here, concept of machines designing even better machines. And once that starts, and it already is starting, so it's something we need to take seriously, is that the intelligence of humanity would be left far behind, and eventually we'd go from rulers to rulers, which Rusi and probably the rest of us, most of the rest of us, wouldn't be particularly happy about. So I looked at this idea of the intelligence explosion, something, and I've been thinking about intelligence and evolution and information theory and how consciousness can emerge from information. I was so glad to see these discussions of sentience earlier. I think they're really salient. You know, do they necessarily, the first thought is well, is it necessarily hostile? But the second one is it possible? And if it is possible, is it going to look like that? Or is it going to look like something that's undetectable? And I remember in our Art and AI Salon, which will also be on National Gallery X, no one other than Joanne Zielinski said, we may not even recognize artifacts that are meaningful to machines or artificial intelligences. That's really stuck with me. So I think actually that there are a number of fallacies to superintelligence. And right here, there's three of them. I can't get into it deeply within the time we have, but just throughout this whole talk, references are available on request. I'm happy to talk about this, but we have a very impoverished notion of causality, and this is just running through all of science, and it goes back to Newton and really in the 19th century, when the 19th century finally banished teleological causality or organizational causality from what constitutes good scientific theory. And I could particularly refer to you to Kant's third critique, where he talks about the theory of the organism. There's also this idea that we would have emergence from, and I call it mere complexity. In other words, something just gets complex enough, and then it's sentience. And once it's sentient, obviously it wants to be dominant. There are a number of paralogisms there that I can't get into deeply. And finally, there's an implicit dualism in information theory. I do agree with the movement that maybe Newton was a dualist, actually. But you get to de la Mettrie, the late 18th century, and scientists are materialists, and I am a materialist, and I actually think that information theory, or at least the things that we think are possible with it, deny materialism. There's a desiccated soul left in what we call information theory. So I'm proposing a paradigm shift, and this came through the work with RUSI, and actually quite a bit of it's published, and some of it has even been put into a panel in the UKRI Task Hub's Trusting Machines Conference, which is all available online. RUSI Journal, unfortunately, doesn't come through King's, but we can get that available. And you can also see the talk among me and several biologists and some more studies people here. But what I wanted to do is reframe this concept of autonomy from intelligence to agency. And I'll tell you why agency is the focus rather than intelligence in a moment. And the other part of this, the real paradigm shift, is saying that the kind of complexity that we need for sentience, on the one hand, or agency, that really dangerous part, agency being something that can set its own agenda, comes from organization rather than information. I'm not saying information isn't important, and the genetic code has information in it, but there are other levels of causality here that we need to look at. And so let's start with something that's dumb but deadly. Rockets. Well, rockets are really scary. And, well, who's the smartest person in the room there? There's one of our favorite rulers with some of his rocket scientists. So, intelligence is a tool, and intelligence is subordinate to agency. We see the will to power right there in the middle, and we see all the intellects just following that along, because the agency is literally centered in that photograph, and it's centered in the government hierarchy that produced that situation and all of these frightening things. And just recently we've seen this, something we consider pretty dumb, at least relative to us, is quite deadly too, and that is the coronavirus. So dumb viruses are deadlier than smart bombs, at least right now. Let's look at the amoeba. Again, the amoeba, unicellular organism, but actually they can solve the traveling salesman problem, and they do it far more efficiently than any information-based system that we've come up with. So we really have to look at this, the fact that something through its material organization can solve complex mathematical problems, and not through representational or symbolic mathematics, through its sheer materiality. So this gets back to something that runs through a lot of sciences, social sciences, and the humanities, which is embodiment. But what is it, we really need to think through what embodiment does. Here's a good example. There is not so well known, but I think quite compelling, theory of the organism that defines biological autonomy, and it says that organisms are the fundamental unit of analysis here, and they demonstrate agency, and agency is more salient than intelligence because it evolves. And now I'll go into a brief few examples of that. Look at artistic creativity. Well, all right, you have analytical cubism. This is an innovation in art when you look at sort of academic art that was going on. All right, Picasso and his ilk came up with new modes of painting, which then exploded into all kinds of new forms of painting, many of which had nothing to do with Cubism. But Cubism opened that new space for creativity. We see a similar thing in the organic world with organic creativity. So you have unicellular life, we've seen its capabilities already, and then that explodes into all different kinds of life forms, and evolution continues to this day. So the thing about creativity is that it opens new spaces of possibility, and we've seen a lot of those today, I think, with people experimenting with these different art forms and all of us in different media, and all of a sudden there are new affordances, new possibilities. Well, what does this really mean? In biological terms, I think right up here you have the swim bladder. I'm sure you've probably all heard this, but the swim bladder, well, it's used just for buoyancy in fish, and then it became, and along with some other anatomical structures, the basis for moving from water-based life to land-based life, and the swim bladder became a lung. So, and then what you have, and let's start to look at it in somewhat mathematical or informational terms. You start to have new vector spaces. You have new spaces of possibility and new evolutionary spaces. So you have, there's one way of looking at it as a tree of evolution, but there are more complex geometrical ways of looking at this. This is just frogs and amphibians, and then there's mammalian spaces there. These are information spaces, but they're also have a particular form of organization. So what's the relationship between creativity and agency? Well, they're both self-interested and self-organized. They're unpredictable, and they create new spaces for possibility. And let's look at that in just more mathematical terms now. Here's your typical this is Cartesian space. It's a vector space. Anything that can happen physically in it can be described mathematically. For instance, the trajectory of this little nautilus going up through there, it moves from ABC to XYZ. But then the swim bladder comes along and starts to create new spaces for possibility. And then you see these new forms emerge, and then ultimately you might have a whole new vector space that was unpredictable based on the previous one. And that's because of that innovation or creativity that happens. And that is the difference between information and organization. I haven't given you enough to say why that's the difference, but I'm about to. But let me just give a summary right now. Agents are unpredictable. Oops, wrong way. Agents, it's going to have to run its course there. Sorry about that. Agents are unpredictable because evolution creates new vector spaces, and evolution is not designed. So let's take that back to I.J. Good's point about superintelligence and these possibly hostile machines, which is what the military was concerned with in the first place, but we all want to be concerned with it just for job preservation or whatever. It comes through design. Well, machines can only do other designs, and I'm trying to establish that design alone is not enough for agency. So let's look at some secret agents here, and we have a project at the end to look at all of this. So how are we going to define life? I've given you one notion of biological autonomy. Let's elaborate on that with biological agency. So proliferation of individuals, co-created environment. The first one I can't really get into. The co-creation of the environment comes from these new affordances that come, say, the swim bladder. Well, first it's for buoyancy, then it's for respiration. all of a sudden, when you have respiration, you have a whole new vector space where you can have new possibilities. And, maybe eventually we'll learn to live in a vacuum. It's also anti-entropic. And this is really the key, is the second law of thermodynamics, which we all know, everything runs down. And let's look at our machines and our information-based systems and, our terminators or whatever they turn out to be. Well, they require linear inputs for maintenance. And this gets back to that causality part that I was talking about. Whereas life gathers and shares energy as sustenance. Now, how can we look at this in terms of a causal framework? And I'm trying to introduce not a new causal framework. I'm trying to rehabilitate, and it's not just me, many other people too. Mechanical causality is entropic. You just, the battery runs down. You pull the plug, the machine stops. Oddly enough, this doesn't happen with life. No matter what we do with the coronavirus, it is always moving a few steps ahead of it. Not because it's intelligent, but because it has agency and because it is able to innovate. So teleological causality is anti-entropic. And when most of you think about teleological causality, you may think about, the universe has some sort of designer, the telos, who gives it an end, a deity. But actually, there's another way of looking at teleological causality. I'll just give you, I forgot to point here. Oh, and we're about to run out of battery. That anti-entropy is possible because no less than Schrodinger, in an essay called What is Life, said that the only way we can conceive of life is that it's anti-entropic. So we don't want to go back into vitalism. Remember, we're materialists. So we have to think of a way in which you have a material phenomenon or a material organization that can go and, pick up energy and sustain itself. And we've seen a bit of that there. Energy comes from the sun. So you have a closed system where you have energy coming in from the outside. In reality, if you didn't have this, the sun or some other energy source, you wouldn't have anti-entropy. But the way you can look at teleological causality in purely materialist terms is to look at things as an organization. And an organization doesn't just exert linear causality, it exerts downward causality. So cells maintain themselves, and they maintain their material organization by virtue of that organization, and that is sustainability. That's self-perpetuation, and that's where the things like reproduction and the ultimate creativity come from. So agency is this anti-entropic quality, which so far we have only seen in life. I'm not saying that machines won't, somehow develop or acquire this characteristic, but if we worry about machine dominance, we should look for agency and not intelligence. So let's get back to the Turing test, which we've seen a bit about. It fails on this point because, we're not going to test the coronavirus, or its digital counterpart for intelligence. So here in the fourth part, I want to propose a project, and it's both a thought experiment and it could be a real experiment if some people in this room take it up. So from SETI, I think you know what SETI is, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, made famous by some films among others. But I'm saying we should have SETI. What's SETI? Well, we're looking for something inside of a computer there. It's the search for emergence agency on the internet. One of the things that I wonder about is could the internet be this primordial soup where, similar to the primordial soup that existed on Earth 4 billion years ago or so, something like life emerges. And let's not forget, there are independent energy sources coming into the internet. Could there be forms of self-organization coming about in this closed energy system which we don't know about? And that's the thing that actually worries me and keeps me up at night. Biologists would say no, but I'm not so sure about it. I think we need to look at it seriously. But if there were a hypothetical mechanical agency the things we'd look at are this proliferation of individuals, can't explain that now, a co-created environment. In other words, the machines are starting to create an environment. You're moving from a system of industrial production to one of industrial reproduction. Arguably, that's happened already with the economy. Doesn't seem to be doing much for us or nature, and it's anti-entropic. So let's put Turing on his ear and look at what we have to do here. Well, we have to define our unit of analysis. With biology, it's the organism. What is it? With the what is it with machines? So we have to look at scale. We're looking at things that are physical, not just semiotic. In other words, there needs to be a thermodynamic component. And now just to close, and this can be available elsewhere, there's a method for this search that is based on what we've done with SETI, but also with exobiology. Exobiologists look for metabolic traces of life on other planets. Excesses of ammonia, oxygen, nitrogen. Can we look for the same in our machines? And there are some techniques for looking at, well, is a machine really doing the work that we put into it? In other words, your CPU may be running at a certain rate, but, and I'll just close with this, maybe it's siphoning off some of that energy, or something in there is siphoning off that energy for its own purposes, so the work output doesn't match the energy output. Maybe even more frightening, the reverse could be happening, because this proto-organism is figuring out more efficient ways of doing things and producing services. Thanks very much. This has been a bracing day. I really like that. So.
Thank you very much. So we have time for questions. So I actually invite you back into the stage, and Professor as well, if you want to, and we can take a few questions. Are you good to share the microphone, I imagine?
Yeah, I think we've done that.
Maybe I can get it started. Sorry. Part of your work also reminds me a little bit about the work of Varela and Maturana on autopoiesis. Is that part of where you're coming from, or something you want to maybe elaborate a little bit on?
I started with Varela and Maturana, actually, and Principles of Biological Autonomy is one of the canonical books in this field. But since then, a number of theorists have gone well beyond Matteo Masio, Anna Soto, Giuseppe Longo, and there is a new generation of people working on that, but absolutely starts with Varela and Maturana, who passed away just recently, actually.
Other emerging questions? So, Alistair, actually, I'll do reverse, yep.
Hello. It was for the last talker. I know you didn't want to talk about it in your talk, but I wanted you to, if you have time, to sort of explore the individual that you were talking about and you kept on skipping over. Because for me, it's quite an interesting area. Yeah.
Proliferation of... Are we getting the pickup here? The mic? The proliferation of individuals. That's because actually creativity happens through generations, new generations, and reproduction. So you have individual organisms. I mean, you could have a superorganism too. I mean, the equivalent of Gaia could be the industrial economy, which I think, somebody was saying earlier that, well, why should machines, maybe I think it was Luca, was they saying, well, why would machines necessarily look like humans, and why would an individual organism or hypothetical mechanical machine organism look anything like something we recognize? Maybe we're actually being integrated into it already. If you look at the way the economy counters so many human interests, you have to think that there's something else going on there. I have sat on boards, cultural boards, next to the CEO of Shell. Perfectly nice person, really quite moral and ethical. If you look at the behavior of Shell, the organization, those imperatives are not coming from the intentions of the people within them. They're coming from elsewhere. So we need to really look at the very nano scale, but also the macro scale, and not make any assumptions about where those individuals are, but that individuals and the generation, regeneration, and proliferation are quality of life, and they're also the source of creativity because you have innovation at each new step.
Thanks.
Well, first to Luca, do you have any views on whether there should be a moratorium on designing AIs to be human-like? Is that something? So on balance, where would you, which side of the line would you fall on it? Would you support a ban, such a ban?
Yeah,
such a
yeah, that's
moratorium?
actually a very, very, very good question. I actually thought about it when I was coming up with the story. You know, when I was plotting the story, I was thinking, you know, why would you have AIs designed like humans in the first place? Why did you not stop it early on? I think the problem is us. You know, the academics, they will try. So at some point, we will have to deal with it. How immoral, how unethical it is, somebody will try and somebody will devise it. I mean, we see it already, right? So I don't think it can be stopped. I think it's important to have laws. I don't think we'll be able to come up with very good laws, to be honest. Judging from the laws that we normally come up with, I think we'll screw up with AI as well. But I don't think we can imagine a moratorium on creating AIs like that are similar to humans. Much in the same way that I don't think we can have moratoria on anything that really work everywhere in the world. Sorry, I'm very pessimistic, but you know, I told you I write tragedies, not comic.
On your assertion about you distinguish agency from information. Do you distinguish agency from information? I'm assuming you're not sort of drawing a bright line between the two. Would you accept, for example, that agency emerges, or can be given an information theoretic account?
Actually, I would say that agency does not emerge from information. Agency uses information. It's integral to it. It's part of the structure of it, but it is organization, and a particular kind of organization which is able to exploit thermodynamic gradients that results in agency. Now, I can't do it without information. Information is used to perpetuate as a template for organization, but I think that you cannot, it's not an emergent phenomenon. It's emergent, but it's not emergent from information. It's emergent from other kinds of structures.
Yeah, thank you. Ali, I'm with you almost all of the way on kind of the argument you're making, especially about this distinction between the agent, its capacity to act or make decisions, and some kind of consciousness or sentience. I think there's a very legitimate divide there. My question really is, you talk about looking at the macro level and looking at the individual level. From a biological perspective and taking that perspective to the technical, what about all of the good stuff in between where a lot of the action happens? So I'm thinking about like the figure of the holobiont or the symbiont, or the kind of group behavior, flocking behavior, swarming behavior, and the kind of role of agencies as they kind of compound or aggregate in that context biologically. Like, how does that kind of in-between space from the biological in the kind of way you're proposing map onto the technical domain?
Well, that's a good, and actually that question requires a very complex answer. I mean, there is a way, some movements to describe, say, flocking as a kind of active matter, and I actually think that's a philosophic dead end. there, although it can model, we can model things like flocking. It really comes down to agency and thermodynamics. That said, information is exchanged among agents. So really what we're doing here is putting a sense of priority in terms of, well, how do we define, what is the ontology of the entities that we are studying? How are these entities motivated? And then what are they doing? And the how and what come more from thermodynamics and the materiality of the organization. The why and the instrumentality of it, that comes from information and informational exchanges, symbolic exchanges. In our situation, we can model things quite well, and we can fulfill our desires through information, but our desires themselves emanate from something else.
Sorry, just a quick follow-up. Putting information aside, what about, we're talking about vector spaces and what emerges out of them. What about this new vector space that emerges when a holobiont is produced in an environment, for example? That kind of relational vector
that's
space.
A great question.
Yeah.
Well, that's where I start to wonder, and this is where I've argued with some of my biologist colleagues. I say, well, in fact, we may have a technosphere emerging. James Lovelock in the last edition of his book on Gaia, which I think he was 96 when he wrote the introduction. And it's interesting to look at the very early ones where he says humanity is destroying the planet. We've got to do something about it. The last one he says, look, this is just a new form of life, a new Gaia that's emerging out of this. Information is, he compares the human exploitation of information to the great oxygenation event that happened 3 billion years ago or so, and that allowed complex life to emerge. So I'll take just a minute because I think this is a really key point. It brings together the most critical issues that we're facing with this. But life petered along for the first billion years, really slow, produced oxygen as a waste product, and eventually it was just toxed out and drowned or died, poisoned by its own waste. But then another form of life came along that could exploit oxygen. And in fact, oxygen's very, very energetic. And so that's where we came along. Otherwise, we'd still have these sort of unicellular or sort of jellyfish kind of things. So Lovelock's perspective is that actually these symbionts and whatnot, and information is actually being taken up by life as another resource for restructuring itself. Now, the point being, though, is that humanity probably won't survive that transition. So actually the question of cyborgs and whatnot, when contextualized this way, becomes very, very salient. So that's a great question.
Thank you.
I think we have time for one last question, if anyone has anything burning to ask. Mercedes? Oh, there's someone else as well. Who wants to go?
I was just going to add to Alistair's all the good stuff in between is the incoming Web3 like blockchain template way of decentralizing, decorporatizing lots of our access to the internet or what the internet might become, or I don't know, it feels like there's a lot of in your model, it's not allowing for emergence that's somewhere between, that's agency, that's somewhere between the technical and the human. I'm not maybe saying it that well, but yeah. I feel like blockchain technology might be a really interesting kind of agency that is human and machine.
We all can have a glass of wine afterwards. Yeah, thank you. I found both of your talks fascinating, and I quite enjoyed that you made quite an elaborate effort to get quite a complex argument into this room. What I'm sort of wondering about is that in the end, I thought, aren't we clinging too much onto the idea of the machine and us, the machine versus us, the machine other than us. I mean, I know, for example, you did this nice move of saying, well, intelligent is not the thing where, you know, we are going to be ruled because our rulers are quite stupid, which is correct. But I have the feeling that still we are going into this dimension where and I feel quite uncomfortable with it, that something we humans seem to need to do is like, this is us and these are them and they are going to rule us. Look at the whole internet. I mean, I like the thought experiment of the internet being an organism that rules us, and I like the argument of the machine in the film that in the end breaks down in the sense because it can't really become a human. But I wonder if we shouldn't do something else than just make the argument that technical beings are nothing other than human beings or want to become human beings, and not explore how they are in themselves not opposite us. And I find that we live in such a technical reality that this is the step we need at the moment. Where are they different from us, but also from other forms of intelligence or agencies? Are forms of collaborating not more interesting, and collaborating with their differences? I mean, the different way, and we discussed this morning, how language systems are dealing with language is fascinating, and only if we understand a little bit how they work can we write the right prompt. And rather than saying, oh my God, they're taking our language away, I think it's quite important to go in this direction. So I was asking myself, like, I read a lot of Gilbert Simondon, who goes into the idea of a technical being on quite a very different level and does not organize this argument against the human, but sort of explores that it doesn't have an agency, is something that is for Simondon really important. That doesn't mean it has no effect or that it doesn't influence our environment, but it does not, you know, it's not this 5-year-old which seems in every AI argument, on general AI argument, we always have this 5-year-old in the room, but I want it like this, but I want to rule the world. And this is also what we seem to tell other humans, that we say, okay, there's this AI and you are not going to get your will anymore. The AI will tell you and rule you. And I think that's just on a level where we, you know, it's a psychology which we need to leave behind towards a more complex psychoanalysis between the two of us. And I wonder what you're saying, what you would say if we would go more in that direction, that maybe the machine might not become an organism that makes us machines. So how do we think, how do we leave this thought into a different direction?
Okay, I can start. It's very difficult to talk about a movie that most people in the room have not yet seen. The story of the movie is not a machine that wants to become human. On the contrary, the machine does not want to become a human. It's a story of a human who wants to become a machine. And if you want, it's Pinocchio in reverse, right? So, and to me, while I totally appreciate your comment, but to me, that is unavoidable. I mean, we see that every day in our lives, right? So, because there are certain activities that are prevented to certain people, that are forbidden to certain people. There are fights on the internet about whether people's opinion are as important as those of others. And so to me, that is the more natural tension that was captured in the film and in the story. And it is a tension that I believe we'll have to face. While we build the world around us, the world around us reacts. And sometimes, and this goes back also to Sanjay's question, so sometimes I feel that we scientists, academics, but also artists, don't really reflect on the consequences of what we're doing. And to me, that was, if you want, it's a cautionary tale, a bit like the fairy tales that Neil was telling us about, maybe a dark fairy tale. But the whole point was, well, maybe we should reflect on building AIs and giving them the permission to do certain jobs and taking it away from humans, which on one hand, it's a great thing because it will improve, you know. But on the other hand, we will need to face the consequences. I mean, it's a bit like saying, you know, there is this well, I'm not going to quote Ricky Gervais here because we're not probably, it's a bit too wild probably to quote here. But there are a couple of very nice jokes that Ricky Gervais makes about the internet and the fact that it empowers people to think that they can do things. And for instance, you could argue it's a story of somebody who doesn't have a driving license but wants to drive cars. Now, obviously, you can learn to drive cars, but the point is, do you pass the test? And that is something that I think we'll need to face anyway with whatever technology is around us. And in many cases, we fail at facing it appropriately. But the most interesting part of the question was yours.
Well, actually, both points were well taken. And I'll first fall back and say that I made a series of assertions, but they're really a series of questions. And these are things that need to be explored. And in the arc of my presentation, I started with the military question, which was actually where I got the support to start looking at this. And, we looked at Terminator, but I ended with a movie about just a search and an encounter with another form of life, in this case, other forms of agency. So the CT project, this method here, this is really just trying to understand emergent forms in scientific terms, but also in their own terms, and say that we shouldn't make assumptions about what they look like, what their intents are. They're just evolving, if indeed they are evolving. But what I wanted to fall back on is to have a rigorous definition of evolution based on the only form of evolution that we have, and for that matter, sentience, which are biological organizations. There may be other forms of emergence, the kind of complexity that we're talking about that leads to agency, but we don't have examples of them, and we don't have theoretic models. So both points are well taken. We can have a lot of innovation going on in this in-between, and a lot of it's very exciting. And if there are new forms of agency, and we can have all kinds of agency that doesn't have intelligence or intellect or anything that involves symbolic communication. That was one of my points, is that most of life is not, is bacterial, and there's far more bacteria going deep into the mantle and all over than there are the so-called higher forms of life. So this may be going on even now. So the point, I don't think there's anything that needs to, I mean, some of the people, some of our players, Rusi is interested in models of, security-based models. In this room, we can just be open to the encounter, but I'm trying to present a methodology based on what we know to extrapolate to what we want to know. Does that satisfy it? Or do you feel like I've come into ethical alignment with that? Yeah. Well, thank you.
On that note, thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists. And am I correct in assuming that we now move towards the drinks? Yes. Thank you, everyone.